Welcome, welcome, welcome to this episode of Philadelphia by Night. We will be joined by our third coterie member, but it may be a bit. So, let's start by setting the scene. Colin, Charles, what does waking up look like for you this evening?
Charles waking up an hour before everyone else is the normal experience of trying to fall into something akin to a routine. He studies the books, the notes that Alicia pulled from the library for him. He goes through his personal documentation, makes notes about his schedule, his day, his deliveries, trying to keep some form of structure to these nights, which is becoming increasingly difficult. Uh, he tries to meditate and fails, as he does every night, and practices his expression in the mirror until his alarm goes out that it's been an hour and everyone else should be waking up. And that's his cue to leave his room, as if he does not suffer from the condition of being too humane, and gets to work around the morgue as best he can. He normally keeps to a very small set of chores he performs every night just to make sure that the area stays tidy and neat. He cares about the spaces he frequents and wants to keep it spotless. He starts sweeping, making sure the filters are changed on the coffee machine they never use, and all the other little things people do to keep sanity in unstable times.
It is quiet. As the cliche goes, too quiet. It seems that the two of you have been left to your own devices. So, how do you wake up?
Colin has recently been notified by a very enthusiastic Darlene that a certain individual, one who owes him protection, one of two people who owe him protection based on his agreements, has been captured. There are scarier things to Colin than hunters on this mortal realm. So a few days ago, Colin moved into the coterie haven of the communal morgue. Colin has a room. He is not in it. To some people, Colin might be expected to be hiding out in a morgue tray. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't like the claustrophobia that there are no exits aside from only one exit. That's nowhere to maneuver to get out. Colin's crashed in a sleeping bag in a room where there's a coffee table and two couches where he's had talks with Charles, Rowan, Sifra, and Darlene before.
Ah, Charles is camping out in the parlor.
Colin is camping out in the parlor. Yes. He has a sleeping bag. He has a surplus, big, heavy canvas backpack, possibly looking like it came from the 60s or 70s. In some circles, it might be a collector's item. It is useful, is what it is. And it can be filled with, as some people know, easily 60 pounds of gear. And he comes out of his torpor, his day sleep, looks around for his earbud, makes sure it's in his ear, taps it, cracks his neck. Morning, sunshine. He looks around if Charles is in the room. Nice to see you, sunshine.
Oh, so this is the Colin I was missing for not living with you.
How you like my digs? Unzips sleeping bag, starts to stand up.
I think that in time, not having stability in your routine will eat away at you until there is nothing that remains. I highly recommend having something more stable than a sleeping bag.
Going on about 9 years, I can tell you I prefer it to other ways I've woken up that were very stable and very reliable. You get used to it.
So, Mr. Fry, you are waking up fairly hungry?
I woke up at hunger 2, I believe. I blushed and woke up. Both of those didn't hit. And then oh, did I hunt? Hang on. I still need to hunt, so I'm going to attempt to do that in.
Alone?
Oh, there's no Seafra, is there? My hunting is usually next door in the room that is the morgue with Seafra, not outside. So Seafra isn't here, is my understanding.
Correct.
That would go from 5 dice to 4 dice. He will invite Charles over to just hang in the room if possible. Actually, you were. Hey, paramedic boy.
Oh, sure, yeah, let's add that one to the list. What can I do for you, Mr. Fry?
I apologize if that offends you. I would have
No,
thought
I
that
actually
saving
found
people's.
it. I found it quite humorous. Sorry, I'm a bit out of my
Waking up,
element as of late.
completely understandable. Colin flexing his 2 charisma now. He says, "Come on. I appreciate you helping me before. If you'd be willing to, I'd like you to help me again." I don't
You are
remember.
not taking another bite of me.
Completely fair and understandable. I did tell you what it was going to be like. I
No, I
apologize
accept.
that.
You don't have to apologize. I accepted it then. I'm letting you know going forward that it is not going to happen again unless you're going to murder several other people otherwise.
That's a normal reaction. Fair, valid, completely valid, justified. In regards to that, would you like to assist me in taking 8 bites out of these people who can't feel and aren't using their flesh?
Sure, more than happy to be of aid.
Cheers. What I found so far is blood vessels are mostly in the buttocks, but there's some organs that can help me out too. Come on. I would like to add a dice back. So instead of 8.
Mr. Pacifico, what is your medical?
I have 3 dots in medicine with a specialty in paramedicine.
That's a nice paramedic.
You
Yay.
may have that dot back, Mr. Fry, but only because Charles knows medicine.
Yes. You always want the, ladies and gentlemen, you always want the A student first responders, not the C student first responders, if you can help it. So, from there, I'm gonna roll some bones.
Oh no, not the bones.
The bones.
Not the
That's,
Oh
bones.
dear.
you're not gonna. Oh, that's never what
Um,
you want to hear after someone rolls the bones.
I
Oh
don't want to
dear.
willpower that, so this is going to be interesting. So I did messy critical, and I did get
Mhm.
5 successes.
Okay,
You're letting the messy ride. Okay, interesting start to this. All right, let's do it.
this is fine. This is fine for you.
The blender may be about to occur. Oh dear, Charles.
It's fine. Life is good.
This
Life
is fine.
decent.
But we all know how Charles is about. He is quite fastidious about his appearance.
Quite.
No.
Quite fastidious indeed. And while he does have medical talent, it appears even that small amount of hunger was far too much anxiety for Mr. Fry. Uh, rather than using a scalpel and precision Colin just decides, hey, it's not like I can kill anybody, and just goes full ham, like chomping down on somebody's innards. Just like, eh, just evisceration. Unfortunately, evisceration is messy. So you will both be intensely covered in blood, gore, viscera.
I got an idea. Colin is gonna go, fuck it, I don't need the blender tonight. I don't have to clean it afterwards. So this saves like 30 minutes. Charles points out like a buttock or something like, yeah, this one looks pretty blood filled. This looks pretty fresh. This looks pretty good.
Oh no! Oh no. Colin, remember, you are an organivore.
Mm-hmm.
You need organs.
Okay.
When I say eviscerate, I mean you went in through this dearly departed individual's stomach and just started slurping up what was in there like spaghetti.
Gotcha. Redo goes in, reaches in through the abdomen and gets underneath the abdominal muscles, reaches in from the sides underneath. Let's just let me get a kidney here. And let me the heart's down. Now that's lung. That's also lung. That's hollow. So that makes me think stomach. And then he's just in there past elbows because he's like leaning in over the slab a little bit.
In there
And
like
he's
swimwear.
like, there's the heart. You're fresh. And he yanks that motherfucker, and there's a good still like 6 feet, 5 feet. Because this was probably brought in maybe 30 minutes ago.
Just from
And
built
then
up pressure.
not time for gases really, but still there's stuff in the tubes, as it were. And then he's like, I don't have to clean up the blender, fuck it. Colin opens up his mouth, and again, to dear viewers, teeth like an anglerfish, wide like a alligator crocodile, and a little squidge bit serrated and multi-rowed like a shark. Gotta love the Naharaya. When you bite with multiple rows and you're not sawing back and forth like a dog, or like trying to death roll like a crocodile, the mechanism of injury of the biting is the stabbing itself. So what you're doing is you're macerating. You're chewing over and over by opening and closing your mouth. And he's just going at this, and that's how he chews a heart to ribbons. And it's like shredded rags. And it is going to the sides in like 190 degrees, a little bit squidged this way, past the face. Charles got a bite where he like gnawed a little bit, and he lost a rouse, and he took it like champ. This is Colin feeding. And Colin's just thrilled he doesn't have to kill somebody. He's like, I'm going to be lazy. I'm going to save time. I don't have to clean up the equipment afterwards and be hygienic. I'm just going to do this. He gets a little bit lost in it. Oh, all 5'7" of me is covered in blood, including my sides. He turns around after he looks at his sides. Oh, hi, Charles. Splash though.
Beach, Hawaii, beautiful sunlight. In the distance, luau music drifts over the river. I am one with the water.
And this is followed by the very loud sound of a door being kicked open.
Who is it? Colin says hurriedly, and he starts stripping his clothes, and he drops his backpack to the floor and just shoves his gore-soaked hands past the elbows, because he's a short guy, into like this, and he starts pulling frantically to get to a clothing bag. Who is it?
You guys should really come up here.
Oh, thank fuck. He grabs a bag of clothes. Is it too much to say that he's stripping in front of people for Lime's Veils? Because I want to actually make sure that that's okay before I say that happens. Because he would have started changing right there.
Charles knows he doesn't have time. He's gonna go. He's going to exit the room as Colin starts disrobing, and he's gonna be like, "You make yourself look presentable. I will handle this."
Thanks. Go be social. He gets changed fast and uses his current clothes to try and get what he can.
Feeding in pairs, they say. Split the issue between each other, they say. Charles emerges. Jackson Pollock, head to toe chic.
Where he sees Sifra moving into the parlor, carrying 2 female bodies, one on each shoulder, as if it is nothing. And followed by a 5'5" masculine individual in a full black suit, black shirt, black tie, and facial cover.
Good evening
Hi.
to you all. Sifra,
I'm just gonna put them on the couches, okay? Yeah. They should
do we
be
need a
comfortable,
tarp?
right?
Comfortable? He looks at. He goes, "Are they kindred or corpses?"
You know what, Charles? Give me a wits and awareness.
Absolutely.
And while we're waiting on that, Nico, will you stop simping for my beef jerky mummy? Thanks. Man is beef jerky.
That is a singular success.
You know what? It's a good thing the difficulty wasn't terribly high. One of them is wearing what looks an awful lot like an abaya and a niqab. You know someone who dresses like that.
Yep, and they should be comfortable. Charles's 2 neurons, the 2 that aren't hiding from what's already happened in this short time this evening, connect with each other, and he goes, "On the couch. Let's get them there. Colin is just cleaning up." Charles takes off the gloves he was wearing because he thought that would be the only protection he needed. He tosses them in the biohazard container, rubs his hands together, and goes, "What happened? And is there danger coming?"
Well, yes, but probably not immediate.
We can work with not immediate. Firstly, I shouldn't be rude. Good evening to you. Very nice to make your acquaintance. I would shake your hand, but I'm in a little bit of a unpresentable state, and I do apologize. Charles Pacifico of the Meals on Wheels Coterie, you are?
Most people call me Senor Santiago.
Senor
and
Santiago.
his voice is laced with just amusement.
Senor Santiago, do apologize to be meeting you in this capacity. I apologize, and I mean not to demean your presence. I'm going to just get the report from my shadow immediately before I address anything further. Could you please give me a quick rundown on what exactly has happened?
So you recognized Alicia, right?
I had my fear, but yes.
And so you might not be aware, given when he came in, but the other lady is the sheriff. Her name is Benny Sororikin, and she was supposed to be out hunting with the prince.
I see. Oh, why isn't helping? Okay, so are you telling me that the prince is still missing? And these two torpid figures are one, the person who was supposed to be assisting the prince on their hunt, and the other was acting leader of the kindred court. Were they attacked?
So yes, Miss Sororikin came back to deliver a message to Mrs. Sexton, and Mrs. Sexton went into a frenzy.
Did anyone witness the frenzy?
Oh, well, no, because she locked the door.
That's good. That's very good. Who knows that Miss Sexton is torpid right now?
Me and the Ancilla.
Okay, but that's workable. Loyal. We have only people who are loyal. We have to get her out of this torpor as soon as we possibly can. No
Right.
one can know that the acting head of the court, well, I guess she's not officially the acting head of the court. Whatever. The illusion will not remain unless we pull her out of this.
That's why
Do we
Mr.
have-
Santiago is here.
Lovely.
Mr. Santiago is Mrs. Sexton's sire.
Brilliant. Senor Santiago, thank you for your attendance, and I do apologize. Is there a formal title I should be addressing you by?
Polite. I like this one. As I said, most individuals simply call me the senor.
If that is your preference, I will remain with it. Very good then.
Where's Colin?
Charles?
And why are you
as-
bloody?
He says,
Permission to re-enter the scene.
Yeah, Mr. Fry! Mr. Fry, your presence is requested imminently.
Shoes are back on his work boots that got the steel shank and the steel toe. He's got the same green shirt over top of a white work shirt, and he's got the work pants on that Charles is a paramedic would very much recognize 511s. And he's like, okay, I got here as fast as I... And then he like looks over, there's a new person in here. He looks at this individual. Is he? He's got a bandaged up face, right?
No, just a facial cover.
Got a facial cover of some kind.
Think like a mask. I don't know if you've ever seen Kingdom of Heaven.
Yes, too long ago though. Oh wait, no. Are you talking about
Like
Prince
the
Baldwin?
ceramic style mask that
Prince
particular king?
Yeah. He's gonna be like different, and then like, wait a second. What if this guy's from like Antioch or Acre from like God knows when, like 900s or something? So he's like, it's possible in his head. So he immediately wants to roll to mind link and set up the fry net with Charles P. Pacifico. Because now there's somebody in the room he doesn't know and he doesn't trust, which is everyone he doesn't know.
That one takes a rouse, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Rouse it.
The rouse. I take it you're not resisting. Ooh, yeah. I go to hunger 2. 2 out of 5, marking that. I still need a success. This is resolve plus aspects though, and that's pretty high. 9, hunger of 1 to start, because that only happens afterwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is not a crit though, so I do not have a perfect coherent of thoughts and stuff. Okay, cool. So the fry net's set up. At the speed of thought, he says, "Who's this?" He says, while he's talking, and his speech is, "Hi, Sifra. I take it because of his mission with Benny Sorokin, when they did a little bit of ghost busting, he still recognizes her.
Yes, Colin would recognize Benny.
Considering he has an idea that in one of his notes it is written in big bold letters in code. Nothing is Bruja proof. Benny versus Door, Benny wins, and Benny versus Ghost, Benny wins. Colin goes, "Oh fuck," and then looks over her injuries. What can he see for how she looks?
Honestly, not a lot. It has been a couple of days, a day-ish, since all of the injuries, so most of the flesh wounds are healing.
So he's not 100% sure on who took them out or how, but even just in natural reflexive
The
investigator stuff happened.
the biggest indication is that Benny is missing an arm.
Disquieting. So something is apparently Benny proof, and he files that one away. He looks over and says, "Is the person in the abaya and the niqab somebody I know? Because I know somebody that height."
Yeah. You
Oh,
know somebody that height and who dresses like that. And
Oh dear. Oh no. And then Charles starts to have a little panic attack in his head because the other person who owes him protection is out.
Charles,
And he
yeah. Sorry, please finish your thought.
and he immediately looks at the next person, the only person he doesn't know in this room, and says, "Hello, who might you be, sir?"
Charles interrupts the speed of thought with "That is Alicia Sire." That's just a very important interjection.
Speed of thought.
Yeah, respect does not appear to be super big on hyper formalities. Just be polite.
He files it away, considering he's
There's
already
just a confused look.
the head tilt that is visible through the mask. "Sorry, I'm a bit different. Hi. It is good to meet you, sir. My condolences on your daughter.
child, are you usually covered in blood?
I missed a
Yep.
spot, didn't I?"
Have we interrupted something?
He starts to grimace, and presumably this person is very
Speed of
perceptive.
thought, you get your clothes look fine. It's all the spots you weren't wearing clothes that don't look good.
Too fast. He gets the duffel and it goes for a rag. "I apologize. Less presentable than I thought. I wasn't expecting company." "No, sir. Things are not fine. I am very worried for the second person and somewhat worried for the first person over her shoulders. That's the sheriff, and I've seen her in action. That is somebody who I owe and who owes me protection.
And you are worried because
I value my protection."
are you not aware what it takes to wake someone from torpor?
One dot of occult, and you can guarantee that this was never talked about by his sire. Ever. He might not be.
It requires someone of lower generation. And since I am Alicia's sire,
Click.
did you think I would leave her like this?
I was missing that information. Good to know. I am glad that you are here and that this will be rectified momentarily. If you need any protection or blocking during this, please wake her up as fast as possible. Thank you, sir.
Both of them.
You don't have to be the sire of both of them, just lower generation?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. That's 2 birds in 1 stone. Superb.
Charles does look over both of them for injuries that would have knocked them into torpor, because because he knows Alicia's just probably put herself into torpor, but Benny specifically he's looking for because more importantly, if they start healing and awakening, any clues that might be left about the mechanism of injury might be about to be lost. So Charles does want to do a sweep over to figure out what knocked Benny into torpor.
Please give me we'll call it intelligence and medicine.
I absolutely will.
While Charles is doing that, Colin is presuming they're going to wake up hungry. Colin asks, do either of them have any feeding requirements? From there, if they're just smiling and like feeling, I don't know, he's just going to go get some blood from the fridge. He's going to go get some blood bags.
So, Darlene, you have entered this moment just coming back into the apartment area of the funeral home to see Charles and Colin completely covered in blood, except for Colin's clothing for some reason.
Colin is what?
Colin's clothing is not bloodied, but Colin otherwise kind of looks like he was dipped in the stuff.
Okay.
And Charles is very clearly also blood spattered all over his nice attire. And there are two figures you recognize on two of the couches in the parlor, clearly in torpor. One of them is Mrs. Sexton, one of them is Benny Sororican. And this weird short man dressed in like mafia style suiting and wearing like a porcelain mask over his face.
Cool. Okay. Darlene is going to storm it in a bit of a snit. She's going to take a look. Is it okay if she just came back from like getting her thing pierced? She doesn't have the device yet, but
no, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, she's coming in. She's got like aspirin. She looks cranky as hell. She's like holding like this ice pack to her cheek, and she looks at this and she's like, "I leave you two alone. I wasn't gone an hour. I wasn't gone an hour.
Technically, it's been an hour and 15 minutes. The strangle motion.
I swear to God, it's like you wake up every evening just to piss me off."
Damn, girl, tell us how you really feel.
What did you do? What did you do?
This is Ms. Lewis?
And it's Alicia
I hope.
and Benny on the couch, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna get some blood bags. As he passes Darlene, he hits the mind link again.
What's wrong? What's wrong
Rouse
with her?
again.
What's wrong with Alicia?
And he shotguns one of his drinks just in case. So I go to 2 out of 3. I'm gonna write that down, and I'm gonna rouse.
Darlene is going to walk to Alicia, and she's going to like start shaking her, like, Alicia!
Oh my god, it's so good that I did.
Very clearly torpored.
Oh god.
Oh my god. Wow.
This would have been
Out of commission. I guess that we say people are out of commission when they're torpored now.
Holy
I guess
shit.
that's the code.
You are, I hope, Ms. Lewis.
And Darlene is looking, how does he look? Does he look like...
He looks tiny. He looks skeletal.
He's
He
shorter than
speaks in a
Colin.
very heavy Hispanic
Okay, so he
accent.
looks mummified. All right.
Yes.
Darlene is going to turn around, look at him, and say, yeah. Oh, hi. Hello. Yes. Hi. I'm Darlene Lewis. Are you a friend of Alicia's?
In a manner of speaking. It is a pleasure to meet you.
It's great to meet you too. And she'll extend her hand to shake hands.
Your reputation precedes you.
Oh no.
My daughter speaks quite highly of you.
For real? Oh, I love her. Okay. Do you know what's going on? Because you're her friend, right?
My son by law is missing. Perhaps presumed dead.
I don't think he's dead. Missing. The hunters took him.
Ms. Sorokin is injured into torpor.
Okay.
As is Alicia.
Okay. I don't know what the deal is with that, but yeah. Okay.
So
Charles spends a point of willpower, so he does not messy crit because we have enough members of the Meals on Wheels coterie losing their mind tonight.
It's me, your boy.
That is 4 successes on the int medicine.
Cool. Benny is missing an arm. She also seems to be missing a portion of several of her ribs on that side. There appears to be a deep AF stab wound that looks like a sword blade. And you can tell from the angle of it, it would have barely missed her heart.
Yeah, we are talking. We are talking. Or would it be fair to say is sort of a merging of the out and in-game turns here? This is someone with fortitude who has taken more egg wounds than most people could possibly take.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is fair.
Yeah. Charles looks over the wounds and goes, well, even for a kindred, the sheriff appears quite hardy. They should be good to awaken. No damage to the heart, the head, but multiple missing limbs. This is going to take them weeks to heal at a minimum, assuming they even have enough blood.
They will have enough.
Unless they have. Well, in that case, then they're still going to be out of commission for a time. Looks like they were attacked by someone wielding a sword, which normally would tell me, well, if I didn't already know hunters would involve, I'd say it would have to be an injury by someone with considerable strength and skill. This is not a small sword wound, but I imagine they'll be able to tell us more. It looks like they were attacked from the front, not the back. Yes, it looks like this was, yeah.
This looks like a battle, at least on Benny.
At the very least, this was not it was someone, whoever it was wielding this sword, not multiple others attacking at the same time, was able to engage the sheriff and nail this kind of a wound on them, which tells me we're not dealing with someone terrified to engage someone like the sheriff in combat, which is something to be frightened of in its own right. Either way, my inspection is complete. Both of them should be good to be awoken from torpor.
There is not much that can be seen on Alicia, as covered as she is.
And Charles, respectfully, knows his rank and station in the court and is not going to perform any inspection beyond the cursory. Looks good to awaken.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to I'm sorry. I just got here. Do we have enough? Do we have something to feed them?
Well,
do we have something
when
to feed
you
them
want,
when they wake up?
Colin can come back with the blood bags.
You are the Meals on Wheels coterie, are you not?
Yes, Colin. Mr. Fry went to fetch our supply to be able to sate them when they wake
I know that we have it. I just wasn't. I wasn't sure if we were waking them up right now, and if we had the blood bags in the room, because sometimes if they're really hungry, they'll just try to eat whoever's closest.
Mr.
Darling
Fry will
has
be on
an
his way back
internal
soon.
battle with herself, looking at Benny, loses, and says, I can't believe that they would stab an unarmed woman. That is dishonorable.
Charles
gone ahead.
looks
I thought these guys were religious.
Charles looks at Darlene with an expression that is all at once unreadable and yet completely bewildered. That he just goes, well, it does appear that chivalry's not dead.
Colin just says in Darlene's head, Darlene. If it
What?
makes you feel better, she probably had a shotgun in her hands.
Nothing makes me feel better about this situation. Nothing does. Plus, this is this is exactly the kind of stupid joke that Betty makes. So
Perhaps I should introduce myself a little better, Ms. Lewis. I am Vidal Santiago. Senor Santiago. Alicia is my child.
you're Alicia's sire?
See?
Oh. Oh my gosh, it's great. It's great to meet you. Thank you for coming.
She speaks highly of, well, mostly of your temperament.
I'm glad that she can tolerate it. I'm extra glad that she likes it.
Though apparently she believes you would be a boon in security as well.
It's really nice of her to say.
So there is provisions available for the sheriff and my daughter.
Yes, Mr. Fry, thank you for returning with the.
Colin
the
comes
goods. Those are
back
the
with a
processed ones,
dolly.
Yes.
And he's got two boxes stacked on top of each other with blood bags in them.
Charles takes like the shipping manifest off of it and he makes a note for who they're telling that their shipment is delayed. Because
Bless.
Charles is the guy who's, if nothing else, is making sure that all the manifests are properly documented. He's the
Darlene
paperwork
has
guy.
been working overtime. Like that's a note that with Alicia out, Darlene has been she has been it's been all blood all the time. She's like she's getting rogue kill coyotes to get TLC things. She's getting whatever she can. So she's hoping that there won't be a deficit. She's been scraping whatever resources she has, and she's been trying to pick up
Literally
the deficit.
scraping.
We need that
Literally,
one so bad.
literally scraping. She's not picky.
We
and
need the
she will-
petting zoo set up.
She will try to say telepathically in Colin's head. Did you read my note?
Yes.
Did you take it seriously?
Oh.
Dick.
What? I'm not gonna mind read her without fucking like permission. Love you too.
Maybe we'll get some information, but like, it's the only explanation I can come up with for why they took him and why they're here in the first place.
We'll figure it out when they wake up.
Okay.
You've
All
got
right, let's wake
two.
them up.
We're all pretty good at investigation. We got this.
Yeah.
Senor,
Also-
I believe we are. Oh, you finish your mental thought.
If anybody's got good insight, Darlene's tongue is swollen. And she's got a new piercing.
He says via clown-to-clown communication, clown-to-clown collaboration. Oh, sweet. Is that the fire skin?
No. I have a couple of fire skins for you boys. I'll load something in there. I haven't made the jewelry yet, but I went ahead and got the thing. I cannot believe people do this to themselves voluntarily. That is.
Oh, hell yeah.
That
Makes
is
all sorts of different
ridiculous.
sensations good. Actually, you know what? You're too innocent. Never mind.
Huh? It
Don't
doesn't
worry
feel
about
like sensation. It feels really numb.
Don't worry about it. I'll tell you when you're older.
Okay.
Anyways, that's Santiago. We're gonna wake her up with them. Have your questions ready. If you want to communicate me to ask anything and watch them, let me know over the mind link. Otherwise, we're good.
Like questions for Alicia and Benny. I got a ton of
Yeah.
questions for Alicia and Benny.
Again, if we want Charles to phrase it, remember who's on point usually for social. But otherwise, yeah.
Charles smiles at the Senor and says, "Our preparations are complete now. I believe we will be ready. I will have the blood on hand, ready to feed them if they enter a frenzy due to their hunger. We are prepped. You may begin your process as well."
¿Tiene sangre de de animales?
Yes, but I can doctor it. It's not.
No. My limited understanding is the sheriff prefers.
We got unprocessed stuff too. Stuff that's waiting to be processed. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go get my stock of the stuff that I haven't altered yet.
Animales.
You're. Colin speaks
The
Spanish now,
sheriff-
by the by. But yeah,
Oh, yes.
it was good for when
Sure.
he was interviewing people in Baltimore, and he got it back.
Charles clown to clowns through the network and says, "The sheriff prefers animal. Darlene, do you have any roadkill you haven't processed yet?"
Yeah. I was gonna. It's in my. Yeah, I'll go grab it out of the fridge. The stuff that I haven't worked with, and she'll go.
Charles smiles to the Senor and says, "Thank you for letting us know. We would hate to make sure the sheriff was not fed to their preference. We do have some animal blood, and we will go and retrieve that momentarily and bring that back for the awakening of the sheriff. Would you like to begin with awakening the sheriff?
Sí.
In that case, we will proceed as such. It'll just take my associate one moment to return."
Senora Sorokin is likely not up to be interrogated.
Okay.
It would honestly also probably be very good if he gestures to Alicia. If the unfortunate frenzy was caused by the situation, that we make sure that Senor Sorokin was treated and removed, so that that was not the first thing she sees when she awakens, as I imagine that would be a recipe for another potential frenzy if this is a anger-causing sight for them to witness.
That's a good point.
There is logic in this. See?
Either way, we will handle it as we go. Thank you, Miss Lewis, for getting the animal byproducts. Let me prepare it, and we'll be good to administer at your request.
I will allow them enough of my own to be able to come out of the torpor once some more of the damage has been healed.
Very good.
How long? Okay.
Sometimes for individuals who are as close to what we were as these two, usually they wake up after 7 days. Pero I am not sure we can afford to wait so long.
I agree. If we
Got
could
that
get
right.
Alicia up.
See, so this we will do. So we wake the sheriff, get her fed some, and then find a place for her to sleep.
She can sleep in my room.
And then we wake Alicia.
Okay, yeah.
See. So the doll's just gonna remove one glove, and his hands, it's jerky. Like, it is mummified. He is jerky.
Does this look like a variant of Starving Decay to Colin?
No.
Okay.
Starving decay is wet. It is soup. This man is very clearly dried.
Colin files that away in his investigator brain.
And he's just going to run one long nail along his arm. Use his fingers to like dribble some blood into the sheriff. And then sangre, blood.
Yeah. Darlene will open up one of the bags of animal, and if Benny is cognizant enough to drink, she'll let her drink it. If not, it'll be like essentially she'll insert an OG tube.
You
What do you
ever
need, sir?
wake up someone who's in a pretty high fever and they are conscious enough to swallow but not conscious enough to remember having done so?
Yeah.
This is pretty much that situation.
All right, Benny.
What do you need, sir?
Nada. Child. This one needs a room. And
I'm not using mine. Whatever works.
wits and awareness across the board.
Do you want sense the unseen on that?
It's not a sense the unseen. This would be a smell.
Good to know. Let's see. Ba, 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 ba.
Hey.
Hey.
What?
What? Could I take half for 2 successes?
2.
Yeah, you could take half for 2 successes.
Charles is not a go-getter in this situation. He's
Dos.
2.
Oh, we got a whole room full of 2.
So it goes. I'm not going to push it for this one.
This blood has a strong smell. Like, there's blood, and then there's the stuff Darlene makes, and the stuff Alicia makes, and then there's whatever this is. If regular Vitae is wine, this is port. Like, this is brandy.
Darlene tries to keep a straight face, and in her mind, she's just like, I wonder if he would let me drink him.
Probably not.
I wonder if
Is that...
shit. I keep forgetting you're in here.
How do you forget I'm in here? I tell you, and I ask permission, and, like, it's clown-to-clown communication, baby.
I have a lot going on. I have a lot going on right now.
All right, that's fair.
in your head, Colin, from the other direction you hear I'd make some cynical remark about how a Venus flytrap tracks prey with a scintillating smell, but I imagine Miss Lewis is saying something highly inappropriate right now in your other ear, so I will refrain.
Yes, but that's the norm. So situation normal. Colin also says, actually, no. ST, has Colin ever smelled blood like that before? From, like, similar to his sire, similar to the Philly V3 John.
How many thousand-year-old vampires does Mr. Fry know?
Probably not John, and less than 1,000. Vidal probably has at least 200 years on his sire, because his sire's from the 1400s.
Yeah, Vidal is. I believe the answer he gave when last asked about his age was that he remembers much of the 1200s.
The Tremere were still with the Order of Hermes and Ars Magica. Yeah. He has never smelled anything like this, and he thought he knew an old vampire. So that's an old vampire. Colin just says quietly across the clown to clown net, "Oh fuck. He's older than my sire." And I don't think he's lost any of it from a long nap.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Probably means he's pretty powerful. We could use all the help we can get right now.
You are very optimistic about people, but yes.
And Darlene, like, as we're preparing to wake Alicia, she's reaching into her back pocket and she pulls out a folded piece of paper. It's a list.
A list? A list of what?
A list of topics to discuss with Alicia the minute she wakes up and is conscious.
So, the doll's just gonna kind of. Anybody who has medicine, I would like you to roll wits and medicine.
I would
All right.
love to roll you a wits and medicine.
Me too. Me too.
Because Vidal is going to have to lift the facial covering to feed his offspring.
Oh, tight.
Do I want to blood surge? I feel that there could be important information to gain here. You know
We've
what? I think
got
I will.
blood here.
I will risk the blood surge. I'm a brave man.
The bravest coterie, the three of us.
Yes.
And you would sure I'll spend a point of willpower. Why not? You know what? Let's see if Charles can do it. My hunger's already increasing. Why not?
Show
You
him
know
what a
what?
first responder can do. Bust it.
I'll take 6 successes. 6 successes seems pretty good.
That's very good.
Okay. So for the successes that y'all got, when this man raises the facial covering and you are able to see aspects of Alicia's neck, chest, face, whatever happened to her is completely separate from whatever happened to Benny. Benny's wounds look bladed, precise. This was something done by a trained individual. The injuries that you can see on Mrs. Sexton are not that. These are animal. Scratching, clawing.
Charles sees this and sends over to Colin. Exactly, basically, his clinical description of what he sees, followed by a faced with the fact that this was also a torpor that they locked themselves away, and knowing what we know now about Alicia's different forms, we can confirm that she probably shifted, and these wounds were the result of her turning her frenzy on the only available target.
From what Colin has been shared from Charles, that makes perfect sense for Alicia. For Benny, does this look like wounds that the prince could do with a sword?
I mean, in theory, anybody with skill with a sword.
Anybody with skill with a sword. Okay. He was judging off of what he saw of Philly V3's John, since he's never seen our John sword fight, but that's fair. Okay.
Charles will put over nothing about. He will note this skill with a blade looks to Charles the result of nothing about the wound to him screams supernatural, like someone's wielding a berserker blade and like plunging it through someone with Potence 5. To Charles, this reads like a skilled person with a big sword fighting.
Okay. He will, just in case, because we are on ClownNet, share that with Darlene, as well as file that away for himself. He was wondering if this could have been the prince attacking her, but apparently a hunter with a sword does not feel right to him. He would think they'd like standoff distance. But
Darlene
so
will
it goes.
like ping back to him. That is an incredibly fascinating hypothetical train of thought. We could also just wake Benny up and ask her what happened.
That we can try. I don't know how well that'd go, for right now at least. Anyways.
Let's just try it. Like instead of like postulating, let's gather the data points, see if she'll wake up and see what she can tell us. Let's look at the sword and see if that tells us anything. But first, like let's see if we can ask them what actually happened.
ST, was she already taken upstairs by
Yeah, Sifra has already bodied Benny upstairs.
Seifer's Benny is out of it, and they're feverish / out of character. We don't have Nick here.
Correct.
So yeah.
We'll get that.
Let's
gather that
talk to
information
Lisa
soon.
then. Let's
Yep.
talk to who we can talk to, and then once
File
we
it away.
have some actual like definite data points, because like there's a lot Alicia has hidden from us. There's a lot this entire freaking city has hid from us. It's really pissing me off, honestly.
I've
But
only been here for 2 months. You've been here for like less than 1. It happens.
if I had heard the word Dawnstar 1 week ago, we wouldn't necessarily be in this situation.
I
This
understand.
was avoidable.
Some of it probably. People still have to take time to trust us. We are basically the coterie of 3 people who are most likely spies. Remember that.
Okay, well, let's wake her up.
And
And
meanwhile, while this is going on at speed of thought, Vidal's got his Vitae still doing the drip, 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 and is essentially feeding his childer.
Yep. Charles is on standby with the blood, as he said he would be. He is not being distracted by conversation in his mind, because he knows that the moment that Alicia comes out of it, he might need to step in.
And
Colin's taking a step back, actually.
then
Colin
ahead.
takes a step back, both because Alicia could freak out. If he has to, he'll throw himself in front of Charles and Darlene, because yay, fortitude build. But he doesn't look forward to pain. And it looks like Charles is on hand to throw blood bags at people and just pelt them as needed. Also, he's not thrilled about the smell of Vidal Santiago's blood. He doesn't like not having control of himself. And he is, God bless Colin, he doesn't like and automatically distrusts things that seem nice to him. Step back.
And Darlene is just staring like, let's get the show on the road.
I would argue that Vidal has done nothing but act with courtesy.
He's been incredibly polite.
Courtesy. So
Colin is merely a quirked up white boy who is not goated with the sauce, as it were.
And Alicia kind of slowly comes out of it and is blinking like stuff still hurts and something's wrong with her head.
Good evening, ma'am.
Why am I here?
Your sire is here.
This ain't where I expected to wake up.
I think he brought you here to make sure that you would have available food source on hand.
Well, that and anywhere associated with the prince is likely being watched.
Correct.
Good to know that we're not.
Oh, you likely are as well, but I think most of the attention will be on the missing Ventro.
Charles brings over the blood bags, but he does not display them to Alicia until he gets confirmation and says, "Would you like to eat now, or would you like a moment to get your bearings first?"
That would be okay.
Very good. First bag, second
He's
bag on standby.
real. Right.
I can see him, which in our ability to do things beyond the comprehension of mortal kinds may not be any more comforting to you, but I believe him to be real.
Yes, ma'am. He's exceptionally polite. I appreciate his presence. I'm glad he woke you up. Colin is starting to visibly relax now that she's talking. Like a slight amount of weight has been lifted from his shoulders.
Daddy, you didn't tell me you would be coming back to town.
Colin glances over and says, mind linked to both of them, "Interesting. I thought he would have been native to Philadelphia. I thought he'd stick close by here. Interesting."
I am going to leave you alone with your coterie. I will. And he's just going to pick up a little bag of blood. I will take my meal in the kitchen.
Very good then.
He's going to
Glad-
walk out.
Thank you, sir. Hello, ma'am. How are you doing?
I didn't know we could still get migraines.
That's horrifying, ma'am.
Life's little nightmares continue to persist.
Wow.
Your wounds are fairly significant, and the migraine is probably caused by cranial pressure based on some of your head wounds you inflicted upon yourself.
You weren't there. How do you know about that?
I am a very good paramedic.
Gotta love the paragods.
Where's Benny?
Benny's injuries were fairly severe, but they are in one piece. They were taken to recover with Saphira and will be looked after. They are not currently awake, and as such, we felt it was a good idea to keep you two separate, considering that Benny's condition may have been a cause of your initial trigger.
Well, part of it is not every day someone takes your husband's sword out of their rib.
Wait, what?
What do you mean, what?
Wait,
We have not gotten a report on what exactly
nobody has
happened.
told us anything. I don't know if this is John Sexton's sword or...
Well, yeah, she had stuck it up in there so that she could cart it home and tell me that John was gone.
She stabbed herself?
That was... I was understandably a tad distracted,
Right.
but that was I think the beginning of it. She had come home with no arm and cut up and injured, and told me that they had taken John.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready to talk about that, I'd really like to talk about that.
About
There's some things that haven't been considered. It could be relevant.
John.
About the hunters?
Oh, right. Religious kooks.
I sent a note. I don't know how well it was able to be interpreted, but whenever you feel like you're ready to talk about it, I think we should probably talk about it.
What day is it?
What day is it, STs? I honestly don't know.
11?
It is August 11th.
August 11th.
3 days. I've been asleep for 3 days.
I reckon.
Hell. Would one of you be a dear and get Ms. Dillard on the line?
Colin whips out one of the disposables and just speed dials her, and then hands the phone over to the queen.
Yeah, Francis. Yes. I am being briefed on that as we speak, darling. Right. Yeah, right. So here's the problem. You know what this means, right? Right. So whip up what support you can. Right. And she's gonna hang up the phone and pass it off.
Charles.
Colin pockets it.
Charles has a grim expression on his face as he only heard half that conversation, but in his head he thinks he's put two and two together, and he's going to say,
Colin's got 3 dots of politics and not a small amount of intelligence. He says
Yeah.
over the clown link to Charles, "This is what I think it is, isn't it?"
exactly. The prince
Fuck.
is formally missing, which means that we're on to plan B. And he says out loud, does this mean that we can expect an announcement to come over very shortly about your new position?
Does it make you feel better that she's taking your advice, you think?
That's over the mind link, I imagine. Yeah. Charles says back, I never feel good about being right. It's one of the curses of my condition.
God, that's a mood. He just right back.
Vindication does not make me feel better any more than vengeance does. All the dispersion of negative emotions does not create room for positive emotions, just the empty feeling inside that the worst thing I expected became true. And Charles out loud smiles at Alicia.
You are actually as grim as me, and then just shuts up.
If what you mean is, will I be announcing specific things? The answer is yes. I don't think I can afford not to.
Indeed, it is the only politically president move you have.
Especially
if there's
with,
anything,
especially with that auditor here.
yes,
He's nice.
Colin looks at
What are you doing
not even saying anything. Colin glances at Darlene, but he just mind links no.
Yes, he is. He's
Capital
really nice.
letters.
He's very nice.
No.
I'm not saying he's good. I'm saying he's nice.
Also no.
He was
Out
okay.
loud.
He was nice to me. And now Darlene is going to speak out loud. What announcement are we making?
Well, it isn't as if the auditor can just continue on while John is formally unable to continue his duties.
unless an immediate announcement is made. Currently, the Cambria court has no prince, and as such, its validity and stability is in question. Therefore, there must be a succession of leadership in this time, and there is only one kindred currently in a position to step into that rank of authority and grace, or at least one that will not cause, in my opinion, a mad dash for praxis that will make us look unstable in the eyes of the auditor.
a succession crisis would be worse than what is currently happening, which is pretty not great.
And if well, I was making sure I had Miss Dillard on my end.
I'm sure, if necessary, we could speak to the Toreador and make sure that they throw their lot behind you. We were able to have a positive relationship with them at the end of our last meeting.
Darlin's loyal to whomever will allow her to continue on with her life as it is. And I would be a fool to trust Laurent.
Indeed, but trust and alliance are two very, very different things.
Yeah, they are.
Currently, their fears will be a return to the regime as it once was. I imagine you can leverage that. Throwing their support behind you now puts them in a good position. It would be very easy to frame it as last time, the wrong horse cost them a lot. They can repair what is conceived to be a poor relationship with the city leadership by continuing on John Sexton's dream, by making sure that the one he would want to success him is the one who makes it into power. That could be good political leverage to get them to throw more support behind you than they otherwise would in their apathy of whoever lets them continue their unlife.
And John did leave that letter.
What letter?
Indeed he did.
I need you to understand that that man seemingly has plans for every possible contingency.
Okay.
It's only paranoia if they're not out to get you.
So,
Okay.
there was a letter. That man is somehow a more autistic Batman.
Okay.
I wouldn't have considered it except La Ranier can only go so far.
Indeed.
And ain't not a single one of them in the tower gonna trust its Mitzi Prince.
Will they trust the Nos more?
No.
But Nos princes are not unheard of. They're just, well,
You have Camarilla affiliation.
indeed.
Few and far between.
Still, the most, if my kindred history is up to date, and I admit it's very spotty, I'm not fantastic, Nosses tend to come to power in times of conflict and war because everyone may have their doubts about your clan, but in times of conflict, everyone knows who they can't afford to oppose or piss off. The Nos are often the deciding factor in who is actually politically powerful. I think you have a good shot here of convincing the clans.
What was in
Merrick?
John's letter?
Yes. What was specifically in John's letter?
That if he became unable to continue, that I should claim praxis in my own name, sat
I
in
would have-
proximity to the crown.
Excellent. Well, that is the best thing he could have possibly left you to a claim to your legitimacy. I can't imagine anyone in the court openly willing to defame Prince Sexton's rule, not with the current political climate, and that letter will prove a legitimacy. I don't think that we will have a succession crisis if you're able to leverage it correctly.
I don't reckon we would have an out front succession crisis.
That's why the back end is so important. Who do you think your political enemies would be? Who would act to oppose you that you believe could have a legitimate claim to usurp you?
If I gave you a list, it would be something like 3 days of reciting.
Can you narrow it down to a top 3 potentially? The Meals on Wheels might be able to do some work on the back end to at least comfort you from the largest threats.
No one in the city. I don't reckon anyone in the city would have much say about me stepping in.
That's good. That's
But
very good.
Ironies.
Outside,
Okay.
Okay. So spitballing. Am I interrupting anybody?
No, please. Miss Lewis,
Okay,
you have the
all right.
floor.
Okay. So yeah, the vultures are all going to come sweeping in. So I know Rowan's got a big brain. I'm big on defenses. I've made defensible things. I could potentially help making the city dissuading people from the outside from entering in who may not necessarily be welcome. Take a chance on me. I'm sure that I can. I'm sure that I can help keep things secure. I would be overjoyed to keep things secure. As I understand, when people are claiming a throne or whatever, it's usually not done through talking. Recommendations. Merrick, we're on good terms. If you want to try to make sure that the baronies are fortified, the baronies are on the outskirts of Philly. If you can keep them happy, they're kind of like a moat. They can be like the in between to let us know if there is any movement, if there's kindred coming into the city, if there's resources, anything strange coming into Philadelphia. They can be our eyes and ears if we can keep them on good terms, and I'm sure we can keep them on good terms. Keep the barons happy. They can serve as our moat. The hunters, I don't think the hunters are going to be as active of a threat. I think that they've gotten what they wanted for the short term. But if it is known that we have hunters in the city, I would continue to play up the rumor that the hunters are still active. I don't think they're going to be as active now. I do think that they have gotten what they came for. We'll still have hunters, we always do. But if we want to play up how dangerous they are, how active they've been, that may be something that dissuades other outsiders who don't necessarily know the situation from trying to come to Philadelphia. If we can play up how dangerous and active they are. I do think they are going to be less active now, but nobody needs to know that. If you do choose to let me help with defenses, I don't always know what I don't know. If you do choose to put me on board with that, if I could get just a list of what gifts of the blood the various kindred have, if I know what other kindred can do, if they're going to come try to claim the city, then I know what to look out for. Like Nagaraja there. I didn't know there was any such thing as a Nagaraja until I met Colin personally. So, if you guys know what the skill sets and possible abilities are of the various kindred clans, if you could let me know what those are, I'll know something to be aware of if I have the defenses.
you know an individual named Roger de Camden.
How much would Darlene know about Roger de Camden, and how much would Darlene know about Edinburgh?
I don't know. How much would Darlene know?
She's got no occult, no dots in occult. She's just been a kindred. I mean, if you want to go with the stuff that she has heard from in-game conversations, she knows that Roger de Camden is the Prince of Edinburgh.
Mm-hmm.
She knows that he is a big-time Mithraean. He is a Hecata. I think she's also heard that when he came into Edinburgh, there were no survivors except for his people. If that is okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right, great.
She would probably also know that he had been Mithras's seneschal.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Alicia, can I ask you something?
Yeah. What's happening?
How are you able to survive sunlight?
Am I able?
Yes.
No.
Okay. I'm speed running theories here.
I mean, I wake up an hour earlier than most folk, but
Okay, but not direct sunlight. Okay, then there's one possibility I'm like Xing off of my chart. Can we talk about Dawnstar at some point? Can we please talk about Dawnstar? You know what Dawnstar is?
Daddy said that was just some organization that predated the CIA that ended up falling apart because it was full of troublemakers.
From what Cyrene told me in Hawk's notes, Dawnstar is what the hunters came to the city for.
Right. My understanding is that it was the 1.5th Inquisition.
Yeah, the hunters are the Second Inquisition.
Do you remember X-Files?
I didn't watch it much, but I remember it. It was pretty cool.
Colin smiles faintly.
John seemed to think they just kind of shoved a whole bunch of the fox molders into that particular section just to get them out the way.
The fox molders seem pretty. I'm just. Can I just say it? I think that the Dawnstar is a sun bomb.
A sun bomb.
Yeah, I think so. From what I'm understanding, and I'm just saying what I have heard, and I have heard really sporadic things just here and there. If they said that they came to Philadelphia specifically, because you get hunters in every city. You get hunters in every city. It's inevitable, but not like Vatican-backed Leopoldite hunters like this. For that kind of hunter to come to the city, like it's got to be a reason. It's got to be a big reason. Either the kindred in the city have just been particularly barbaric to the point where it does draw a greater attention. And I really don't think that's us, because I think we've been making an effort to try to live symbiotically with mortal humans. At least I hope so. Or they're after something bigger. So Dawnstar. Prince Sexton is Mithraean.
Excuse me.
And, Mithras, he worships Mithras, the Lord of the Light.
Right.
And from what I understand, Prince Sexton survived a sun bomb.
More like a sun grenade.
I don't know. I don't super know the difference. But if I was a
Bomb
hunter,
is bigger.
Okay. I believe that the hunters came to the city because they're trying to construct a sun bomb. I think that's what Dawnstar is. If you're a faction that is dedicated to wiping out vampires and killing vampires en masse, and you're looking for a Dawnstar, it just kind of fits that it's a sunlight thing. Prince Sexton has survived a sun bomb. If I was a hunter and I was trying to construct a sun bomb, if I knew that there was a kindred out there who had taken a sun grenade and had survived it, I would want to study that kindred to perfect my sun bomb, to see what it was about him that allowed him to survive it, if he had anything special about his metabolism, if he has anything special about his metabolism that could be used for the weapon to tweak it to make it more effective. And Mithras, I don't know if if I don't know if Prince Sexton is the only Mithraean in the city.
He
There's a-
absolutely is not.
Okay. Are there a lot of Mithraeans in the city?
Used to be more, less now.
Okay.
The last
Prince
prince
of
of the
the-
last regime was Mithraean, devout believer.
Do they? Okay.
Colin boops over to Darlene. There's at least another one who's a neonate, and that's Clown.
Great. And Darling will say out loud, okay, so if there was a significant Mithraean influence in the city, these hunters were active a little bit before John Sexton took power, right?
Well, yes.
Okay, so that was when the last regime, the very big, heavy Mithraean regime, was there. If there was a big Mithraean presence in Philadelphia, Mithras is the Lord of the Light, like sunlight is kind of his thing, I think.
Yes.
They were trying to construct a sun bomb. It's Mithraean kind of stuff might be a good place to start to create a sun bomb. And if we have any Mithraean influence, if we have like temples or places of worship or artifacts or some kind of Mithraean magic in Philadelphia proper that may be lingering from the last regime or Prince Sexton's regime, that I would say that is probably what drew them to Philadelphia. Because we're just small potatoes. There's no reason to send. There's no reason the Vatican is going to send a hunter cell like that just to kill off vampires. That happens in every city. So if there are Mithraean, if there's still a Mithraean influence in the city, I think that they would come to try to see if they could pick up on that magic, however it happens, to help them create the sun bomb. And if there was a vampire who survived a sun grenade, if I was a hunter and I was making a sun bomb, I would want to study that vampire to try to figure out how they studied that sun grenade. And I think that's what happened to Prince Sexton. I vehemently believe that that's what happened to Prince Sexton.
So you now
It's a lot. I'm sorry.
I ain't gonna poo-poo a theory.
Okay.
You have my full permission to explore that to whatever it comes out as. But I need you to understand.
Okay. Yep.
Claiming praxis means that I would have to publicly acknowledge John as dead.
Okay.
You have my absolute blessing if you think he's still alive somewhere.
I do.
To do whatever research you can and feel the need to do to find him.
Okay. I'll do it on the down low. I won't make a big deal of it. I'll keep my mouth shut, except to people you trust. I hope there are people you trust on this.
Most of the city.
Okay.
Charles.
Can I talk to the Ancilla about it?
Yes.
And I told them, and I think, okay. I think Sexton is still alive.
Charles had asked for 3
Right?
potential issues.
Indeed. I think it's best to keep a wide opinion on the people who could be eventual issues. While we are the Meals on Wheels coterie, I suppose very soon we will have a direct ear of the prince, and that will be very important for us to extend our duties.
Roger de Camden is one.
What's Roger de Camden got to do with this?
He's a Kakata Mithraean.
This city.
I know, but he's in Europe.
What?
No.
What?
This city had a Mithraean prince.
And now it does not.
Now it does not.
Roger Camden is very, very, very encouraging of more domains, making sure that the worship of Mithras is maintained, and it is not simply enough to be a polite believer.
I can convert.
Colin starts to do this with his finger, and then he goes, And he doesn't say anything over the mind link.
Mm-hmm.
Pointedly.
Then there is another slight complication. There he has a descendant in the city.
Roger de Camden has a descendant in the city?
And my understanding is that Prince de Camden is a collector.
A
What does
collector
that
of
mean?
what?
The rare, the unusual, the powerful.
People, items, places, a collector of what, ma'am?
Yes.
Oh, why do people think people are things to be collected? It's two meetings in a row we've had this problem. Okay, cool. It's fine. Just a vampire thing, I guess.
And this particular descendant is, I think we can all agree, rather singular.
Who is it?
Well, she's upstairs.
You gotta be shitting me.
Oh my
Man.
God, Benny is Roger de Camden's childer? How did that happen? I thought she was a bra.
Darlene, you slut. No. She's talking about fucking Seafra.
Oh.
I love you, you delightful woman. No.
Oh. Oh.
Colin just brings it back a notch.
Charles's eyes are going to explode out of his skull. And he goes, well, I'm so happy to know there's just even more. No, you know what? No, I'm not going to say a word. Thank
Be
you.
nice to
That's
the
very
fairy.
important information. It's very, very important information to know. Yet another reason why Roger de Camden should be on our radar. That's number 1.
Do you think if you made Seafra your official seneschal, it might
No.
ease him
Colin
in
says that
No.
aloud with his eyes start to bug out.
I think I like where you're going with it. I like the political opinion there. That would be
Political
giving
opinion.
Sophia.
She has no understanding of politics, to my knowledge.
Hey, politics
Exactly,
is the
has a
will of the
position.
people.
Oh, you're doing it for nepotism and appealing to him, not because she's
Yeah, to
competent.
try to keep Roger de Camden on the other side of the Atlantic. We don't want that guy here.
No,
Yes.
he's gonna want. Oh my god.
Sophia, allow me to
Seafra.
be Seafra. Thank you, Seafra. His interest in Seafra is not to promote her position in the city. It would be to bring her back for his collection. Giving her the rank of seneschal, I imagine, would only heighten her public profile, especially if Roger de Camden wants her.
So we're gonna go toe to toe with Roger de Camden. Oh my God.
I don't know that it would be entirely toe to toe.
More like boot on throat.
More like shot in the back of the head at 700 meters.
But that is a secondary problem. It will not immediately become relevant in the Declaration of Praxis. So thank you. We're going to table that one, and we're going to come up with a solution when we have time to think and analyze that.
Right. So the second one is a boss.
Oh, he's nice. Oh, is he a threat?
Darlene, you told me he shit talked Luke in his house.
Well, yeah, but not in a mean way.
No, in a what? Nobody's lesser. You're not lesser. Charles isn't lesser. Or jury's out on me. But
Okay.
Luke isn't
hold
lesser.
on.
either.
I am going to interject here. It depends on what context we're speaking lesser of, because while we could
Charles, I'm going to strangle you lovingly. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We're not doing breath play right now, but just don't continue that sentence.
Well, I was going to say, like, keep going. I'm interested with.
Darlene, we really got to get you to that lifestyle club. Anyways.
Why is a boss our issue? Please, before I mentally go to Hawaii and then physically transport myself into the sun.
I would rather you didn't.
I would rather that too, which is why I would like to continue this threat assessment.
This is Charles's baseline. It's totally normal for him.
Are y'all all right?
Ma'am, I don't think this
we're
is
at
a
our
great day
baseline.
for the city.
We're
It's been
as
a
good
tough-
as we're as good as we get right now.
This is the Meals on Wheels coterie is exceptionally good at doing our job. And that is the one thing that keeps us here in Philly, not in a we'd leave sense, but in a we'd exit sense.
Right. I think
All
I
three of us have a
understand that
vested
bit.
interest in you being safe and in power, if failing John not being in power, ma'am. A very, very, very vested interest in you being safe and in power.
Either way, why do you believe a boss would be your next biggest threat behind Roger de Camden?
He is
And
not
all
a-
the other interlopers.
They judge. It's what the Banu Hakim are famous for doing.
I heard from Seafra
so-
that you are
What?
were getting along, that you were having tea parties together or something. That he was a member of your faith.
You heard that
Something
from
she
me.
said?
He is a member of a faith. I can't quite pinpoint which one. He's not Muslim. I think I've got that figured out.
So you're not a Mithraean. What faith was Seafra talking about? What's your belief, ma'am? And what belief do you think he is? Most likely, if you don't have it pinned down.
I believe that. Well, I believe in the book.
The Bible? Or a different book?
Well, the different book.
The graphic novel
What's the different book?
that you handed to me? Or the other one? The same one, but one's a comic.
The
Book of
the
Nod.
Book of
That one?
Nod.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
So
yes.
Everyone keeps talking about that. Where do I get it? Where do I read it?
I can loan you mine. It's
There are a couple of copies in the library.
fine. I'll also do that.
Okay, can I just walk into the library and get one?
When
Yeah.
Rowan's around. Yeah,
Rowan's never around, so loan me your copy, Colin, please.
it's fine.
I think his copy might be a comic book. Would you be okay with that?
I would be better than okay. I really don't like reading.
Cool.
Right. So the judges, you believe that they would have reason to judge you? Because it sounds like for succession purposes, you are very, very clear on your positioning.
Charles, the first thing I would say is somebody would call the letters authenticity into validity. That's the first avenue of attack, I would say.
Well,
If they're an authentic judge, that should be easy for us to prove because we're in the rare position where they are authentic.
the tower has a bit of an obsession with age.
Yes. You believe that they would challenge you on whether or not you are the eldest to rule and it would instead back a candidate who had more time of death and their weight carries words. That's an important note that we have to get in front of.
Right.
Who else is older that you're worried about?
Nobody in the city. Like I said, I don't think anybody in the city would wish me ill.
So they
I
bring in
mean,
an
I've been
outsider.
feeding most of them for the better part of these 6 months.
Okay.
Gotta
so we
love
just
the
have
supply
to-
lines.
We just have to keep outsiders from getting into the city. That sounds like a great time. I'd love to help.
Except we're beholden to the Camarilla as the Camarilla city. If they want
Threat-
somebody in here, we're obligated to say, yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Threat number 3 is less of a person, more of a entire clan.
A clan?
I love getting conceptual with my threat analysis. What clan are we concerned about?
John's.
Oh, yes, the Clan of Kings, actually. That makes perfect sense.
I heard that he pissed off some people from A Ventru by going after the money.
Either way, the Ventru are not going to want to give up a clan leadership position in the same way the Mithraeans are not going to want to be giving up a clan leadership position. Effectively,
Right.
John was, when you think about it, the perfect mix of people who all thought he was their guy in a position of power. And that is it kept him able to pursue his alternative politics with some impunity that others would not be recognized. It does make his succession quite difficult.
Right.
Sorry, I'm restating what you already know. I'm building the profile in my head.
Okay.
Well, okay. I think we have a case here.
All right.
I'm going to be optimistic and say that, yeah, I don't know what a boss, what kind of smoke a boss can bring. I know he's judging us. I don't know what happens if he finds us guilty or what he's judging us on.
Well, I don't know how much you know about the Banu Hakim,
I've never heard that word.
but they are known for two things:
Okay.
for their abilities in judgment and their abilities in genocide.
I was going to say assassination, but there's that G word again.
Oh, okay. Well,
Either way, they are not enemies we want to make, which means that our case is going to need to be iron solid. The second praxis is declared, we will need to get to work. We're going to need to Camarilla proof, and I don't mean that in a, well, Darlene, for you, that will be in a defensive way. For me and Mr. Fry, I imagine it will be in a political way.
I was thinking offensive and the whole 300 to 700 meters thing, but that works too.
Colin,
I
you can handle
political too.
offensive.
I do a great curtsy.
Colin can handle offensive. Darlene can handle defensive. I will handle preventative. We can make this work.
In the
Okay.
meantime, I truly do believe your husband is alive.
I hope he is.
It's not hope. It's logical. It's logic.
I also follow Miss Lewis's logic. I do not believe that if the hunters took out such a high-profile target, that they would. If hunters were smart, they would have killed him already. But hunters capturing a target of that value are going to want to pump it for all the information they can get. That has always been the weakness of hunters, is their lack of information leads them to make unwise strategic decisions in the hopes of gaining an informational advantage.
If they're smart, they would kill him instantly. There's no reason to interrogate somebody who is able to potentially mind control you, sway you with presence, or just have centuries of insight and lying experience, even if they don't know he's centuries old.
They're not.
As well, we've
not
killed
gonna-
4 of their friends, at least.
They're not going to interrogate him. They're going to take samples.
They're going to experiment on him. That's
He's not a
probably
thin blood, Darlene.
what we can work. No. He is a powerful kindred who exhibits traits and features that are not normally found among the kindred populace. He is a valuable test subject. I don't think it's hope. I believe Miss Lewis is going off of sound logic. What we can do on that regard, I suppose I should become comfortable with calling you Prince, Alicia. We can work with the Ankilla. We can see if there's something we can do. We already know they were coordinating efforts against the hunters. Perhaps there's some additional information we can gain from them, work together, find a lead, and we can do that all on the back end because, of course, officially you can have no ties to any hunt to find Mr. Sexton. More importantly, if you learn of any of these efforts, you are going to have to bring the hammer down upon them, as it needs to be seen that you are maintaining your power base. If they sense weakness, especially with your enemies being people who want to put other princes in power, it's not going to be a good look.
If we can communicate with the Ancilla directly, that'd be great. I don't think that they. I really do believe that it is a Mithraic thing. I truly do believe that John Sexton is alive. It's probably not great for him right now. I'm sorry. I should just
You're right, darling.
Okay. So the sooner, the better, of course.
In the meantime, ma'am,
Wait,
and
wait,
he
wait,
tries to transition off of Darlene to like give her a second. In the meantime, ma'am, who are you going to have immediately next to you for the majority of the time in case somebody has judged you and not notified they've judged you and have decided that a time to act is now? Having somebody able to do a you'll get this. Get down Mrs. Obama you is probably a good idea, ma'am. A real good one. For people who can go invisible, use blood sorcery, and are very fast. That's something to be cognizant of.
You mean like bodyguards?
Yes, ma'am.
I figured the kids pretty much got that in the bag, don't they?
Which kids? What kids?
Rowan and Zephyr?
Oh, okay. I was wondering where they
I
Rowan is
will
tough.
note,
Seafer strong.
being at your beck and call does put them in a very different political position. Are you sure that they are able to support you in their current roles while also additionally taking upon the extra role of needing to be ever vigilant for attacks against you as the prince?
Having a system of systems and redundancies in mind to keep you safe is a very good idea, ma'am.
Yes, we have to remember everyone in the city has been at 110% to deal with this crisis for the last little while. This is a change in your role, which is going to probably push you to 120%. I just want to make sure that the consideration is made of anyone else you're bringing into this political circle is going to be doubling the workload they're currently having on their plate.
If you
People
claim
only wear so many
practice,
hats.
are you going to be
Sorry,
at
go ahead.
Elysium? Or are you going to be kind of like out and about like you are now? Because I think Elysium is a pretty secure place. If it's a matter of guarding you, I don't know how much John Sexton wandered. I mean, obviously he went hunting and we know how that is. But prior to that, he was pretty much stationed at Elysium, right?
Or Haven, yeah.
Okay.
When you claim Praxis, if you intend to pretty much have your base of operations at Elysium, a lot of security is likely going to be already, I think, in place because it's a pretty secure thing, and we just need to make sure that it stays tight.
I mean, there's already pretty much a small army guarding Elysium.
All right. I know it sucks to stay put, but from a security standpoint, if you can be in Elysium,
I do.
Darlene, this ain't the first time I've had to stay put.
Right. Well,
sorry.
while
Ma'am,
you are staying put, I do apologize, but I am actually going to start working on a dossier of some of those individuals we need to handle. I will.
Mr. Pacifico, I had wondered
Yes.
if you had a moment. From the kitchen.
Of course. Of course. I do apologize. Actually, my attention may be taking me elsewhere. I will, however, return if I am needed later. I will be... Alicia, I am aware. I won't dress my words. If there is anything you require from me, let me know. I will not expect anything in return in this case. I would rather like to keep my head attached to my shoulders, and you have gone out of your way for my sake once or twice. Consider this me repaying an unspoken favor. After this, I will go back to expecting my regular payment for anything. In this case, we're tying up loose ends, let's say.
Alrighty.
Good. Let never be said that I am not a man of morals, generosity, and painful sentimentality. Good
Are you coming back when you're done?
Who knows when I will ever be done? And Charles
Like Darlene's
smiles
gonna reach
back.
into her pocket and like put a vial in Charles's hand. This is your fire skin. You know what it does.
Get back in the
Yes.
kitchen, Charles.
Thank you, Miss Lewis. I appreciate it immensely. And Charles will
She'll
exit
hand one to
into
Colin too. This is
the
your fire skin. You
kitchen.
know what it does.
Cheers. When do these expire?
I don't know that.
Awesome. Is there battery in this one? I hate when they have battery in them.
Battery.
Okay, cool.
Okay, Alicia, I'm so sorry. So finding Prince Sexton, I know, I'm so sorry. We're hopping from like getting you on the throne and him retrieving him. I'm really sorry. I don't know if we have any leads on where we should search first, but I don't know if Prince Sexton had any ghouls, if he has any like residual items, if he has any like blood samples lying around. I think maybe some kindred have like scrying abilities they could do with that. But if there's nothing,
Three
I
of
think
them.
the first place is the Basilica.
Darlene?
What?
The first place we should go is wherever Benny said that this fight happened, wherever he was kidnapped. I can reverse time. I look at the scene. I try and track people from there.
Okay, no. But if there's nothing, I think that the Basilica. I think there's probably
Colin
some.
looks uncomfortable for a second, but he doesn't say anything.
It's going to be a bastard to get into, but
No, you just go in during the night, but you know.
not me.
But ghouls. He's got 3.
Okay. Do they still feel the bond?
I hadn't asked,
Ask them.
but then I was asleep.
It's
Maybe
okay.
I could-
No. Ask them if they still feel it.
Dial them up. Hands are disposable.
When the bond breaks, you can feel it. I've had 3 broken since I was embraced. You know.
Do you have the triplets' phone number, Colin?
I don't have the triplets' phone number. I just thought that she would know the number by hand.
Oh, yeah. Alicia
wait.
probably would, yes.
Along with that, he does have the number for the woman who drove him, who might be a triplet. The woman who said "fuck now" and also wrapped him in, I think it was a carpet, and shoved him in the back when he got shot with the hunter cork thing. She's one of the triplets, I think.
Yes, that
Ask
is
them-
one
ask
of
them if they
John's
still feel it.
schools.
Then, yeah, he has her number.
Okay.
What is her name again?
Are you ready to be a ghoul behind the scenes?
Who are you asking? Oh, hey. Hi.
I love that one, by the way. She's so delightfully dry. Fuck now. You muted, boss. Mrs.
Yeah,
Wayne.
I was getting some things set.
Miss Wayne.
Voting. Okay. Ask her.
Come
Ring,
on,
ring,
Colin.
ring, ring. Actually, there's 2 S's there, I believe. No, yes, no.
So who's got the phone? Is it Colin?
No, he handed it to you. You have the phone.
Oh dear. Ring, 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 ring.
Polaris Holdings, how can I help you?
Ms. Wayne.
Ma'am?
Which Ms. Wayne?
Sandra.
Do you still feel?
Keenly and every night.
Are you talking about emotions? Or are you picking up what I'm putting down?
Oh. Is everything all right?
He ain't checked in a while.
No, Mr. Harrison is on extended holiday.
Right. And I know how close you and your sisters are to Mr. Harrison.
have not heard anything. As soon as we do, we will let you know.
And nothing is broken?
Everything is still very much intact.
Thank you. You have a nice night.
You
And
as
she's
well.
gonna fumble with the speakerphone button.
Colin hears.
Oh, is she on
takes it.
speakerphone?
Yes.
Colin takes it and he looks at Darlene and says, "Holy shit, they didn't kill him. I was certain
I
after
told
killing
you.
4 of their friends. You did. I thought after killing 4 of their friends and him just putting up a fight and them being smart. Holy shit, Darlene. Good job."
Is this out loud?
Yes, the phone's already disconnected, but yeah. Like he like boop and then just wide-eyed looks
Like
right
this
at her.
isn't the mental link. This is out loud.
No. He's giving her praise straight up. Holy shit.
I told you.
You did. I don't know why, but you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe
It can be just as dangerous to overestimate our enemies as to underestimate them.
I guess I really thought they'd be smarter than this. That's
But for whatever reason,
You're right. You're right. Holy
Okay.
God, Darlene. We've
We'll
got a shot.
still.
I know what I'm talking about.
Tremere.
I know I'm not like some super smart genius, but I know how humans think. I
You're
haven't
right.
forgotten how to think like prey. I haven't forgotten how to do that.
I'm sorry, Darlene. I didn't mean to offend you.
It's okay.
Nor am I underestimating you. I just thought it wasn't what I would do.
You were being nice to me, and I was being a bitch. I'm sorry.
I'm usually not nice, and I expect that everything's fine. Everything's copacetic. Thank you. We got a Tremere. We've got. Where's the guy who wrote the dossier? He can track people, right? The guy who tested Catherine. Miss Diadamo. Pardon.
Regent Islington hasn't been in contact for some time.
God fucking damn it. Okay. Can Cyrene or Hawk track people that you know of?
I don't know.
Crap. All right, it might be up to me.
How would they track them?
There's a blood sorcery thing.
How does it work?
Tracking people is a thing that they do. I mean,
Do they
if we
need
liked
blood
him, we could
to
do
live,
a boss, but he might have a conflict of interest in helping us. So, shame. By the Banu also can do some of the blood sorcery stuff.
Well, whenever I have my meeting with him, I'll.
Do you really want to meet with him? Like, want to?
I should. I was told that I should.
By him? We
By
can't avoid
Cyrene
people.
and Luke. They told me it was advisable.
All right.
It would leave a good impression. I don't want to. I'm scared shitless. But
Yeah, no, I'm always scared shitless. It's the right thing to be.
yeah, I'll check the vibes. Yeah, no, we can ask Cyrene or ask Hawk if they can do that tracking ritual. You've got psychic friends powers. Apparently, Betty's sword, Prince Sexton's sword, is still stuck in Betty's guts.
Well, she removed it. That's why one of the big old stab wounds is there.
Right.
If the sword's around, somebody could potentially, if they have the auspex for it, investigate the sword.
Let's
I
do
reckon that's probably the plan.
That's
The
not one of mine.
Ancilla
So it's gonna be
retain
somebody else. Yeah,
most of the
smart.
the personal effects.
Yeah, like personal link. Smart job, Benny. Good. Ah, links to people. All right, we've got the sword, and we've got me who can investigate the crime. Well, the scene where the abduction happened. I can recreate it from there. We got things to go off of. Okay. What you got?
The Tremere. Can the Tremere track him?
We're gonna have
I
to
don't
ask.
know about that ritual, but what do they need to do that?
I don't know. I never really got that far into what it is that they can do.
Do you have any of Prince
Partially because
Sexton's,
I can't.
do you have any of Prince Sexton's blood kicking around?
The ghouls have some.
The ghouls have some of it?
I think so. I mean, it's
Nothing else
it's running
that's
through
inside
their
them.
veins, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know if that'll. Oh, I wasn't sure what the Tremere needed for the ritual. If they needed like his blood, or
I
Probably
have
just for
no
occult,
idea neither.
intelligence occult, or like resolve occult, or anything. Just like throw this out because he hasn't been explained the intricacies. This would be based off of what he's read.
Would Colin have been read into any of the things in blood sorcery?
Auspex. So I was thinking if it was not prestidigitation. What's the name of it? The other
Premonition.
level that not necessarily premonition. The thing where you look into. I mean, shit. He could also talk to Sandy maybe for the joy that will be for Colin. But there's premonition, and there's also the one where you touch the thing and you research
Spirit's
the item.
touch.
Might be. It's in the core book. Hang on. Not clairvoyance. It is spirit's touch. You're right. He does it. 5 dots and aspects too. But inanimate object, grounded location, emotional residue, not crystal clear, leads, forensics. So yeah, anything Auspex related because he knows about blood sorcery and it has been explained to him that Tremere can track people via blood sorcery. So whatever you want for how that could potentially be done.
He might know just in general that's a thing Tremere can do, potentially. He wouldn't know how it functions.
He would not even a roll would tell him how that could potentially function.
No. The Tremere are very close about their own abilities.
Very true, considering neither the 2 he's talked to have mentioned it. 3 that he's talked to. So based off of how Oblivion works and how things have worked in the past, symbolism. So having an item could be helpful. I don't know if it'd be helpful in this ritual, but having things that are symbolically linked could be helpful. So having that sword could help track him. Along with it, I know, again, in addition to the sword, we go to the place where it happened, and if it happened recently, like 3 days, 4 days if we do it tomorrow, we can look into where he went, what the license plate maybe looked like on the van, what the van looked like, wherever they bundled him off into, what the faces of the people looked like. I could recreate the scene as it happened. I've done it in front of you. Yeah, what's up? You raised your hand.
when you're done, another thing. But this sounds really, really good.
Just symbolism. Symbolism can help with Tremere stuff and Oblivion stuff, but
Your Oblivion stuff sounds good.
yeah, it can be helpful. Also, I've got Kate who can help scout around if helpful, if necessary.
Okay. So we know that Sexton's alive.
Link's not broken. That's what evidence we have so far.
It's enough evidence. Have you? I don't know how many blood bonds you've been under, but
None. My sire didn't form
yeah,
blood
no,
bonds.
you know, they'd feel it. He's still around.
All right.
He's alive. Okay. Alicia, Q. The underground city. How does it cover all of Philadelphia? Basically, are there any?
A good most of it, really.
Okay. How far underground would you say the underground city is, as far as if somebody could really crank up their hearing? If they were in the underground city, how likely is it that they could hear something that was going on above ground?
Well, I imagine most of the sewers and tunnels and the things that my brother operates 6 to 12 feet underground. Deep enough, you'd need a pretty big bomb to be able to make too much of a ripple in it.
I'm sorry, brain cell. How feasible would it be? Do you think it'd be?
Darlene, just to clarify, you're asking, can people underground listen above ground?
Yeah.
So not how loud you could be in the underground, but if you can spy on above ground from the underground.
Yes. That's what I mean.
Well, you got anything that can increase a body's hearing to be able to go through 12 feet of rock?
I don't have any gifts of cane, so I don't know how far heightened senses goes.
You mentioned a thing, Darlene, about your alchemy. Heightened senses can do that. If you can do the thing where you can copy somebody else's heightened senses and give it to me, and I drink it, I've got pretty good aspects.
Okay. You don't have heightened senses.
What do you
but-
listen?
okay.
No, not naturally. What are you listening for specifically?
If we could get underneath the basilica.
Do you think
Well-
that's their base of operations?
I imagine even a rat could do that.
Okay, like
And their hearing's pretty okay.
You know more about them than I do. Hell, can you get a rat into the basilica?
I don't think I'd ask you.
Okay. All the better that he's not at risk comparatively.
I mean, it said in the dossier that one of the hunters, she had a contact within the basilica that pointed out weird-looking, essentially kindred members of the congregation. They seem to use it as a base of operations. I think that they at least were aware of what the hunters were doing. And like, if you think about it, I'm presuming they didn't take John Sexton out of the city. If you're doing the sort of research that they would likely want to do, you can't do that just anywhere. It's got to be somewhere pretty fortified.
Hey, ST, buddy old pal.
Ye?
Out of session, has Colin ever been to the Basilica just vibing during his midnight masses, seeing one of his touchstones?
Midnight masses? Probably
At
has
St.
been to the, you mean a workman's mass?
Yes.
Probably. The Basilica of Saints Peter and Paul is massive.
Fuck. Colin files away a quiet little fuck in his head. That's also probably one of the reasons
Does
why.
Marlene hear that?
No.
Okay.
He does say over the link, hey, Darlene.
What?
I may, that time you mentioned that you could change my face? I may have to suck
I
it
can
up.
change anybody's face,
sometime.
including my own.
I may have to suck it up and do that sometime soon.
Okay, I'm ready.
Not now. I'm gonna
Whatever
need
you
a
need,
while.
I'm ready. Plus,
Cool,
I
well.
also have like the on-the-fly one that I can do.
I appreciate it. I'm glad you're prepared. I'm gonna need a while to psych myself up.
They
Hey, it's
well,
okay.
they can't actually remove him from the city.
What?
What,
they
John?
can't.
Why not?
Well, it would be physically impossible to take him out the city.
How and why?
He's tied to it.
What?
Uh-huh. And he says uh-huh like please go on because that makes zero sense
Well,
to Colin.
y'all know that Mithraians with a certain kind of bloodline usually have the capability of learning the Tremia stuff. Or actually, more specifically, it's the Banu Hakim stuff, because apparently the original Hakim and Mithras, they were teammates.
Colin was about to open his mouth and say the same thing for 30 days and 30 nights, and then shuts his mouth until she says it first, and then he gets, yes, ma'am. Yes, I have heard that.
I didn't hear nothing. I didn't know what a Banu Hakim was. I still don't know what a Banu Hakim was.
Hakim depends, an antediluvian who spent some time with Mithras, and apparently they got on so well, he taught Mithras blood sorcery.
Oh, they must have been really good friends. Okay.
Yes, Darlene. Yes, Darlene, they were really good friends. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Right. So, two mates.
Okay.
Right.
I don't exactly. Okay, so
Undead
so
roommates.
you're saying this
by the
Prince
way.
Sexton knows blood sorcery.
Yes.
Oh, dang!
All right, so he did a blood sorcery thing, meaning he's got a metaphorical silver cord to the city. They can't drive him out. They can't fly him out.
The ritual is called Fish a King.
Oh, okay. What does it
Like
do?
I've
I
not heard of that one.
honestly couldn't tell you very much about it. I am not well read into that particular kind of magic.
But he can't leave the city, right?
Correct. They can't take him out.
That makes it really okay. That makes our job honestly like really a lot easier, a lot easier. No, because it's the Vatican, and they could
Fly him
They-
literally anywhere with their oceans of money.
they transported me to the other side of the country. You know.
Well,
The fact that
they can't do that to John.
okay. Yeah, he's in Philadelphia.
Right. He can't be anywhere else.
Okay, I think the Basilica would be a not bad thing to investigate.
We can
He's-
station some rats around there, but like I said, I don't think it would be kind or wise to ask Quasimodo to do that.
No.
Did
Okay,
something
no.
happen to him there?
What? No, I was thinking like if they could hear what was underneath, but otherwise, no. If we could actually send somebody into the basilica, like maybe me, I might pass.
Be careful. Remember, at least one of them had the super special siren thing.
Yeah, if you have any other ideas. I mean, hey, maybe you'll do your Auspex thing, and you'll get like this real clear image of
Yeah,
where
the
they
crime
took
scene
him.
sounds like a good idea. Simultaneous to going to the scene where John got grabbed, we, as well as interviewing Benny, we also send, as soon as she wants to, some rats to just hang around.
Yeah, maybe you'll get a real clear image, but in case you don't get nothing and we have no leads, I
Darling,
think Basilica wouldn't be a bad thing.
as well, I have been in contact with one of the Tremere who did talk to me. They were dealing with some stuff that I did not share you have also dealt with, and that I have dealt with. I gave them some advice on being held against their will.
Huh?
We could talk to a individual about stuff.
Wait,
About we have a in with one of the Tremere, along with Cyrene, to discuss rituals and gain more information.
Okay. Okay, let's talk to them.
So, again, the list of avenues we have is talking to Cyrene and this other Tremere. If you are cool with it, that individual is Hawk Castillo.
Oh,
we-
are you kidding? Yeah, no. I texted him. He texted me.
Interesting. We've been writing back and forth. He was dealing with some stuff that I've dealt with, that you've dealt with, but I didn't share that it was you I was talking about.
Oh, actually I told him.
Okay, cool. So we were both sharing things and didn't tell each other. That's fine. It happens. We were both trying to be nice to him.
Well, I
Anyways,
was going to tell you. There's a lot that's been going on.
no shit. So we've got Cyrene and Hawk on the occult front. We've got the rats on the Basilica. We've got me investigating the crime scene. We've got the interview with Benny. That's what we got so far. It sounds like. It sounds like we're gonna have Sifra and Rowan on protection of Prince.
Well,
Queen? Is
But
it gonna
not
be
necessarily
Prince?
full time, because if Alicia is in Elysium,
Right.
No,
they
If
can
I
be
stay
on
put, there ain't much reason to keep them occupied that way.
that's fair. I like protection, but at the same time, it would be like a third or fourth hat for both of them. That's
there's already structures in place to protect the prince. The stuff that would have been there to protect John Sexton, like, yes, Alicia should definitely have Rowan and Sifra with her when she leaves Elysium, 100%. But Prince Alicia, you're probably going to be like stuck there for most of the
so.
tell you
I'm
sorry.
not as good at this as Charles. Are we going with Queen? Are we going with Prince? What did the last lady get called? Aside from many mean names, is it always Prince?
Generally speaking, in the Camarilla, it's always Prince,
right.
regardless of gender.
Works for me, ma'am.
And we are going to pause this scene for a minute to go into what Senor Pacifico and Senor Santiago are on about in the kitchen. So, Charles, you got summoned to the kitchen by probably the oldest vampire of your acquaintance.
It's just a talent. At this point, Charles expects to walk into the room, and there's a part of him that's just like, Senor's going to be like, so I heard you said something to the Fae Child, and he's going to be like, all right, let's just keep it going. But
Everyone he meets.
But instead, Charles walks in, and he's polite smiles and folded hands by his hip as he walks in and says, hello, is there something I could assist you with?
I sensed you are a man of certain talents.
I am honored that I have that aura about me. I suppose I have been told that I have certain talents. If I may inquire, specifically which talents of mine you are interested in.
That depends. How are you at keeping secrets?
Well, that depends entirely on how believable you think I am.
How good are you at keeping secrets, Senor Pacifico? Politics seems to be a skill.
Indeed. I am a man who understands the value of giving one's word. Because despite the fact that I love to twist, turn, churn, and launder the truth, if I say I'm going to do something, I only have one chance in my entire unlife to break it, because after that point, no one will ever trust me when I give my word ever again. So how well can I keep a secret? I would say as if my remaining unlife depended on it, because it often does.
See, often it is said you are a driver.
Yes, I suppose that was used to be my main contract. I worked for the Midnight Express delivery service. I have driven every inch of soil from here to sea.
I am a dehydrated bean.
That was perfectly synchronized. We were all on that.
If I wish to perhaps barter for some of your knowledge of topside routes.
Charles goes through a mental Rolodex for a moment, and when he seems to come out of it, it takes him about half a second to process the request. He goes, well, I'd be happy to barter. I admit I have considerable knowledge. My skill is primarily that of operation, but through operation, you get the best kind of routing experience, which is knowing where you can and can't drive and what your limits are. So if you have questions or need something delivered, I am, in fact, the person to talk to. The depth of knowledge and amount of involvement will, of course, determine my price.
I wish to know the fastest overland route for.
And he pulls out a map of the United States and pulls out and starts marking down 7 cities. And I will tell you which 7 as soon as I remember what they are. So it would be... Where the heck are you? List, I just had you. I'm sorry, my brain has decided not to things.
I mean, if for the time being, of course, it's totally fine that Charles just looks at 7 cities, of which the specifics aren't perhaps probably immediately relevant to him. And he'll trace a finger over them and go, well, the fastest overland route is already, and I speak to you as someone powerful and competent enough to know that I am speaking to you as a professional, is entirely dependent on what you're transporting and how fast you need to get it there. Because you see, the fastest route when driving an 8-wheeler is very different than the fastest route while carrying a small undisclosed package on the underside of a bike seat. So what kind of cargo are we talking here?
Kindred.
Yeah, I figured as much. So your biggest problem, just so Charles's statement is correct, are these major cities that we are stopping by.
So, the cities are Chimayo, New Mexico, a random sort of large circle drawn around I-80 in Nebraska.
Okay.
Mission, Texas. Ashland County, Wisconsin. Hampton Roads, Virginia. And Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Charles produces a pencil from somewhere in his pocket and starts gnawing on the eraser sort of absent-mindedly. Well, the good news is you're going to miss all the major SI checkpoints that I know of. Now,
the 7th city is New Orleans, Louisiana.
New Orleans is gonna be a problem, though. There's gonna be, I don't know exactly how the SI does it, but every truck stop, every time you're gonna need to park your car, and you are gonna need to park the vehicle. Doesn't matter who's running it. If you have ghouls running it during the day or you have a kindred running it at night, truck stops, weighing stations, these are places where they're looking for kindred. A lot of these smaller cities, you could probably avoid them, take an alternate route. I've heard that they're also using random police stops. That's a bit rarer. You only find that around the major metro areas. New Orleans might have it. But if you want to avoid it... All right, so here's my general quote for you. Before I consider this free knowledge you can use to make an informed decision if I'm the one you want to barter with. What you're looking for is not just someone to give you point A to point B back routes on this map, okay? Anyone can point you through a modern day GPS system and tell you what routes are going to be the most or least populated. What you're going to need is someone who knows spotters in these areas, trustworthy people who don't ask a lot of questions, who can clear the road, make sure the road is safe for you. Because the real thing is these conditions change night to night. So it's kind of a cat and mouse game, right? As soon as we can get a driver through and they realize someone slipped through, they change their tactics. You're going to need someone who has eyes on the ground. Midnight Express is, of course, always open for contract, but then you open yourself up with talking to a lot of kindred who can't be sworn to secrecy as well as an individual can. I got those ties. I'd be happy to, if you're willing to contract my service and need to get someone moved around, dip into my network, make some calls, probably owe some favors, but I could get you some spotters who can probably get a package from here to here. They can't guarantee what you're going to find when you get there, but if you're doing day routes, night routes, they could probably also hire. I would recommend a dummy courier because honestly, this is a really long trek. You're going to probably want at least one or two other vehicles branching off from you at one or two of these major points so that someone doesn't start drawing a line between where your car is heading and thinking that they're going to find you. More importantly, the biggest thing is someone is going to follow this route. I just assume someone is going to track you. So you're going to want as much to obfuscate the time you're traveling, the area you're traveling. Do you have a good cover story already sorted out for what exactly you're transporting, or is that part of the knowledge you're looking to get from me?
Good. And Vidal's going to slip you a business card.
I'm glad I could make my case effectively.
And it's got nothing written on it other than the hidden friar and a handwritten telephone number.
Excellent. I'll be in contact with your contact person.
For the information, I will do a trade of information as well. See?
I know who your child is, and I am aware of the value of the information they possess. And if you taught them, then I think any information that you could provide me would be considered an exceptional boon in trade.
This is information that my child already knows, but that your coterie does not.
Charles,
Do you want Colin to either static his head up or disconnect from you?
Charles hits you with a ping that just says, information may be incoming. Stay out of my thoughts for a minute.
All right. G'day, if you want him to just static it up, but I don't have to rouse later to redo it.
Yeah,
so.
static is fine.
Static is fine.
Yeah.
Go for
He
it.
talked to
Charles.
Darlene instead.
Yeah. Charles says focus on the other big tent. Charles nods and says, I think that would be an exceptional trade, especially if it's information. Though I will clarify that you are promising information that we wouldn't otherwise be given.
See.
Just wanted to specify. You are a man who clearly knows how to play the game very, very well. I do want to make sure that you're not that I think that you would deceive me. I think that you know that I would be almost impressed with being played, so I have to do my due diligence.
Would you prefer that I invite the fairy child?
No, absolutely not. As I said, a man is only as good as his word. I believe that you would not give it up here. I am
He said, what if I was to tell you that there is an organization that the things my daughter and son-by-law do are not formed in a vacuum, that they were learned, that there are places for displaced members of our society to go, places that provide sanctuary from the dangers of our varying but also similar political societies.
Colin beats over a record of information to Charles about the rules of Sanctuary that he has figured out, and the fact that it was discussed as Sanctuary, that Finn and Sharky are members of this Sanctuary, and that there's also a spider room in Sanctuary. And he did mention this the very first session we all met together. Bless Colin. But he
Charles-
does, in case you want to go, oh no, that might not be too valuable. You might be undervaluing our information gathering abilities. I
Yeah.
know a little bit about it because I'm Charles P. Pacifico. Go on.
Colin's using all 2 dots of that charisma. Colin has a direct Charles. And he goes, "Oh yes, you're referring to Sanctuary." You know, he basically, the exact information was we Sanctuary. There's a spider room, and this is just me out of character from. There's a spider room in.
You don't
this
talk about
location.
Sanctuary. Anyone who goes to Sanctuary, I don't have the rules memorized. Anyone who goes to Sanctuary puts in work. If you fuck up, you go to the spider room.
Let me give you verbatim the laws.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sharky, you mischievous boy, and Finn.
The laws of Sanctuary are as follows. Law number 1. We do not exist. If anybody asks, we do not exist. If you are captured, we do not exist. We are not recruiting because we do not exist. Law 2. To enter Sanctuary is to pay the price. Stowaways and any who harbor them will be dealt with by the Master. 3. Whatever you were on the outside does not matter. There is no political affiliation here, no external hierarchy. At Sanctuary, you get what you earn. And the 4th law is violence, whether social or physical, is absolutely forbidden between members. Individuals incapable of respecting this law will be dealt with by the Master.
Excellent. Charles, speed of thought. God, that crit is so good. Speed of thought. With Colin for a minute, and then as he's listening to this, he goes, "Well, you'd be telling me about a group that does not exist, is not recruiting, and even if captured, you're not supposed to tell me about. And you didn't really mention the price you have to pay. I don't think the Master would be too pleased with that. But you're correct. There is no hierarchy, and there is no violence. I'm sorry. I do believe our trade was for something our coterie didn't already know that Alicia knew.
You are a bright boy. However, there is a loophole.
No? How so?
Who is it that is supposed to be the punishment for these laws?
Oh. I do believe, from what I know, it's supposed to be the Master.
I am the Master of Sanctuary.
Well then, I do suppose I was concerned for a moment that rule number 1 was being violated, but I suppose privilege does go to the house. So then, I speak to the Master of Sanctuary. I can understand why Signor sufficed. That's not really a title you wear in public.
No.
Charles feels. By the way, Colin, you're getting all this speed of thought right back to you. Whether Colin is shitting himself in the other room, that is a different matter. Charles zooms back through his Rolodex and he goes, "In that case, it is an honor to meet you. And, well, now that I do know that you are the Master of Sanctuary, I suppose you would want our coterie to make sure we remain beholden to its laws, even though we're not members, which is a little confusing.
I cannot enforce them upon you as I would on others.
Hmm.
But it would be a shame if you were to commit violence against the other members of your city, several of whom are members, and several of whom would be bidden to rise up against any such violent acts against other members.
Of course. But I do think that there is potentially a resolution here that works out for all parties involved. I don't think our coterie would be against being beholden to these rules, so long as we were also beholden to, well, its protections.
Hmm.
These are some very simple rules. I know rule number 1 says what it says about recruitment, but, well, you have already told me in no lesser words that rule number 1 doesn't apply to you.
Indeed, you are the strategist. This is another tool in the belt. See?
When you're a caitiff, you learn that there is no defense weapon that is too unwieldy or strange shaped to wield.
You know of the organization, so you know it is primarily underground. See?
See,
I control a rather large population of all of these places. It is equivalent to a leadership role within the Camarilla, or if the movement had leadership roles. But I do not lay claim to one city, but 7.
forgive me if this comes across as an insult, as I mean it only in a factual and intelligent way. This movement is your piece in the jihad, yes? This is your pawn you're moving into position. Your preparation for the great game.
See. And for
Right.
the only word that matters.
Yes.
Your price. The price for you to obtain membership. I need to be.
You froze.
Oh god, they got him. They were gonna give us
Oh
membership.
no, they fucking
got him.
froze.
Able to move. Oh no! Oh no! Are we back?
Oh, wait. We just came back. Wait, you're moving again. You're talking again. Yay!
Yay! I would. Oh, wait, Charles isn't.
Fuck! Damn it! We're going in turns.
Ah, poor Charles.
Darlene, you're muted. God.
All right. I think
Oh, wait, no,
everything's
he's back.
You're
stabilized.
next.
You're back!
They tried to get us. We got too close to revealing secrets that we shouldn't know.
Almost.
So Vidal is going to point out the cities on the
Yes.
map.
Mhm.
I need to know. I need your word that you will use your contacts should we need them to be able to move individuals out of any of these cities and to Philadelphia.
And
That
for
is
how
your
long-
price.
And for how long of a period will you be needing that? I'm more than happy to extend it, but I need to know I'm not signing away eternal freedom, considering that there is no law about leaving, and I would like to believe that my price would be in perpetuity if I didn't specify it.
For as long as you find membership useful.
That is acceptable to me. And my coterie mates?
Given my clan, my standard price is a secret.
I will inform them of this arrangement and instruct them to contact if they wish to obtain membership themselves then. And I will make sure on my own authority that they are aware that they should still respect the laws until such a time they make a decision one way or the other. I will make sure I specify my contacts. It will probably take me a month to make sure I have all my contacts in place. So if you call me in tomorrow and ask me to clear the roads, just know my effectiveness may not be as capable as if I have the time to set up specific links between these locations you've given me.
See. Certain things take time to develop.
Lovely. In that case, Senor, I do believe that I think we've reached an agreement for the price and assistance.
See.
And now that I've washed my hands, I offer mine to yours.
It is often uncomfortable for others too. There is not much flesh, see.
Gestures. I've never been one to believe in magic until I died and learned that it very much was an actual thing, but I still do believe that gestures have power. They represent things. If you would be more comfortable not, it is of no need, but
It
if
is
I'm to...
less of my comfort and more of your own.
I gave up my comfort a very long time ago to make sure that I always, absolutely and assuredly make sure that the intentions of my actions are well understood. You have given me something I deem worthwhile and valuable. Thank you.
And he's
And
going
he
to
will-
delicately offer a hand.
And Charles will take it, and it is as uncomfortable for Charles as he thought it would be, but Charles does not care about his own comfort if it means that he advances his objectives.
You are literally shaking hands with a mummy.
You know what? I'm going to be honest, which is something I don't do very often, but I do believe your childer has unfortunately rubbed off on me when speaking with people. Not even top 5 worst, if you'd believe me.
Do you shake hands with Naharaya?
Starving decay, not Raya, too.
Have you ever shook hands with someone who you cannot get the mental image out of your head of them gooping in your car?
What is gooping?
You may have far more experience in death than I ever do, so allow me to offer you the single kindness of not explaining what gooping is. There are some secrets that are not secret because they are valuable. They are secret because they are a cognito hazard upon all who witness them. But you can ask Mr. Fry if you truly wish to know.
Something tells me that perhaps I do not.
Love you
It's
too,
me.
Bay, whispered in your head.
I'm that something that's telling you do not want to know.
You see. I wish to tell you one more thing.
I am all ears.
You see, word occasionally finds us when there is gossip between members. I wanted to commend you on your honesty with the Child.
You knew it was going to happen.
That's Charles' mental moment. He's like, for a minute, he falls into outer space in his mind. It's a real Rocket Man moment. And however, out loud he says, now, that is something I have never heard before.
She can tell a lie, but only if it is spoken, not by omission. And I think there are many that use that to their own advantage.
Allow me to be honest with you, which is something I haven't had a chance to do regarding the Faechild. To some degree, I think I am bitter, but I am a bitter man, so such things are normal for me. But I truly think that she could take it. I think that some people are so terrified of putting a cloud in front of her sunshine that they would allow a desert to form from a land that gets no rain.
I think they do her a disservice.
I think that she could be, truly and honestly, good. But goodness is not ignorance. Goodness is knowing the harsh, terrible things that happen around you. Goodness is understanding that sometimes you will need to make decisions that make you feel terrible, but to never think yourself an ultimate truth, to never think anyone is truly, unmistakably good, because good people are just normal, average, oftentimes sinful and terrible people who, in the moment, make a decision to protect others and save them, sometimes from an external threat, and sometimes from themselves. I think that she has not had the chance to be good because she has not had the chance to truly understand what the world is around her. And I think she would choose. But I think she needs to be given that choice. But then again, I've had a talking to from every major kindred in the city telling me if I do that again, they will scrape me off the I-95 somewhere starting at the start of the highway and ending at the end. So what do I know? I'm but a gated neonate.
They are protective.
Certainly a word I would use, Signor. Certainly a word I would use.
They are. It is hard to see a bright light dim, but it is the bright lights that burn out the fastest.
Well, either way, thank you for your honesty. And I am so terribly sorry that your organization doesn't exist. It really, really theoretically sounds like it might or might not have been wonderful. Charles gives a sly wink as he bows his head.
But it is getting some form of daylight. Surely you have noticed that Philly has become a haven for cripples, bastards, and broken things.
I'm still trying to figure out which of those three pots I fit the most in. It's like when you're a circle hole, but you can fit into multiple shapes at the same time. Yes. I do think that Philly is unique. I think that Philly suffers the same problems that every city suffers, but someone's actually decided to go looking for the source, and I, for one, will be sticking around until such a time that, well, I'm too broken, too much of a bastard, and have to drag myself out of here with one good arm.
There are options for talented individuals, Senor Pacifico.
Well, I hope, among hopes, that somewhere along this road of being talented, I remember why I'm still doing all this.
Because it would be a waste if you were to greet the sun. Survival is the name of the game.
I
Señor
have been told.
Pacifico.
I have been
And
told.
the things we must do for survival, they are not glamorous. They are not pretty. But we do them all the same.
Forgive me. I did not mean to worry you. I am an excellent survivalist. Been doing it since I was but a wee tot. I suppose some days, some nights, I get a little inside my own head. It's like entertaining myself, really. Don't you worry. I still have promises to keep, wheels to spin, plates to keep rolling, and I would never welch on a deal, not while it was still in practice. So,
My daughter tells me one further thing, and I will let the matter rest for now and expect you to join your coterie.
but of course,
My Alicia may have mentioned that you could perhaps use a tutor as it comes to a certain religious text.
yes, well, I suppose the most unwise thing I could ever do is turn such a question down. My own sire, well, he had a plan for me that I'm still trying to figure out. It's written over my skin, hence why I couldn't change my clothes, given the state they're in. And Charles will roll up his sleeve to expose the brands and markings all along his arm and say, she took a look at me and said that it seemed nodus in nature. Anything more I could learn would be invaluable.
This is Do you have a good relationship with your sire?
Over the mind link, breathe, sunshine, breathe. There you go.
I don't ever want to hear that sound.
I should take that as a no.
I was branded. Well, I was effectively kidnapped, branded. Well, I was a ghoul, so I was property, really. So I was kidnapped, branded, head to toe. I have no memory of my embrace, mostly because the pain and anguish was effectively perhaps months, days, weeks. I actually have no idea how long it was taken. And then I was made into this and told that I would be called back to him to serve my purpose when my time was ready, and he has called me back to Philadelphia. So my relationship with him is a business transaction I've yet to finish up, but I'm just hoping to figure out what exactly I'm delivering to him before such a time it occurs and I am left perhaps skinless, and whatever is upon me is used for whatever purposes he desires.
You say, this is, for lack of a better term, stupid. It is a prophecy from the book, yes, see. But it appears to. This completely negates the purpose of the chapters that they wrote.
So you're telling me
Your
I am
sire
a
is stupid.
I am a walking mistranslation.
The translation is correct. The fact that this is a brand on your skin, however, completely goes against the meaning of that passage. The passage warns of Thin Bloods and Caitiff as being the harbinger of Gehenna. Do you know about Gehenna?
I was told it is the end times.
For us, you see. Pero
That actually wasn't specified, but yes, the end times for us then. Okay, specifically vampire end times.
see. But the passage warns us that we should treat the Caitiff and the Thin Blood kindly. That they are among our best chance of meeting Gehenna with victory.
Well then.
So the fact that this is branded on you is heresy.
Well, then you really don't want to hear about the 6 Thin Bloods he had in spiked cages hanging in his haven either, I imagine. I imagine that's also perhaps somewhat heretical to the text. I'm getting that understanding. They're not in cages anymore. I got that. I handled that. But just confirming that my sire is just really not good. Go, my goodness. Oh,
Stupid.
I truly subscribe to the idea that negative emotions could not bring about positive feelings inside of me, that vengeance and justification wouldn't make me feel better. But no, this is actually wonderful. No, this is emotionally healing. Well, I'm glad to know. And I am very happy to know that. I suppose I will need more study to the specifics of his unintelligence and lack. Oh, that feels so good to say.
And you have only the prophecy. It is incomplete. The book contains our history, the laws kindred are meant to live by, the words of the eldest of us.
I would be very interested in learning more. Very, very interested.
See.
See.
The offer stands, should you care for a tutor. Alicia, though brilliant, reading is not a strong suit.
The comic books was a good play for a general audience, though. Well, I will absolutely take you up on that offer. Thank you. I will be in contact, though I imagine my coterie will want me to get back to them. Unless there was anything else.
Of course.
It was an honor speaking to you, Senor. Thank you. I'm glad our arrangement was beneficial to us both. Oh, good. Screw Hawaii. This is going to be my happy place. This exact moment I heard that. El Stupido.
Is that out
loud? It is out loud until Charles just starts laughing, and in his head he's just playing El Stupido in his mind, over and over again. The senor does see him begin to go back into that fit of laughter as he's leaving the kitchen. He actually cannot pull himself together. This has filled Charles with more joy and mirth than perhaps he has ever experienced since the day he died. and honestly, probably a couple years back from that.
Él es estúpido.
Charles has not been forming coherent thoughts, so poor Colin and Darlene, you just hear demonic laughter.
Colin just
echoing
like
from the
listens
kitchen.
along, like, "Oh, this is kind of entertaining." doesn't
Darlene's
kinda
not
crazy.
linked in. She's having a wonderful time. She has no idea.
Colin would have to relate to Darlene. And he's just sampling it. Every now and then he's like, "Hey, Darlene, you want to hear something funny?"
Darlene's like, yeah.
He links her into Charles's laughter.
Oh my God, why would you? Why? God, that's not. You don't. Take it out. Take it out. Stop it. Stop
Okay,
it.
I stop it. And then Colin
Jesus!
giggling.
That was just definitely laugh.
Hey, he's having a
He's an
great time. Don't you like that?
paralysis demon.
Don't you like Charles having a good time? He's having a
I
great time.
love him to bits, but that's scary.
He's having such a great time, Darlene. He's just having a ball.
Oh, I'm happy for him then.
I really want to link you back in right after you said that.
Why?
Just want to let you know.
Can you please just like summarize it? Also, I have some more questions because I thought of something.
He'll be back in a second. He's just giggling.
You are
Charles, you're muted.
muted, Charles.
Thank you. It's like Charles passes a threshold. Like you hear the laughter coming around the corner. There's a moment of a deep breath, and when Charles walks around the corner, he is perfectly stone-faced as always. Sorry, something mildly amusing was said.
Colin boops over him. It's like taking your head out of a hot oven, isn't it?
In your mind, Charles's mind is bright. It is like the factory is just, it has stopped producing boxes. Someone has spell painted "Sire is stupid" on like one of the walls of his mental factory. All of his boxes are open. Like Charles's mind is free at last. It won't last. Nothing ever does for Charles, but this is a moment where all that mental putting thoughts into boxes and shifting away is gone from his mindscape. It is just a celebration up there.
On a whiteboard for scheduling, Colin writes "es stupido" and just put period and puts quotes.
Single tear. Charles, it slips through the facade. Charles smiles. And it's very weird. It's not a nice smile. Not Charles is like perfectly picturesque. Like he's like, it's like, you know how when you're like looking at like something in the uncanny valley and its smile is just like a little off? It's that, but instead of being uncanny, it's too human for Charles. It doesn't look right on his face. It's too
not practiced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a little crooked and awkward. He doesn't make this expression in the mirror, and he goes, "I am so very sorry to have been delayed. Friends, what can I do for you today?"
Darlene has a new idea.
It's alive.
Lovely. Let's hear it.
1, John's alive, according to his
Excellent.
goals. 2, we have several avenues of approach to go through. We'll go through them in a second. Darlene, you have an idea. I don't want you to lose it.
Oh.
What's up?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Alicia, you were talking about Hakim, because you said Hakim taught Mithras blood sorcery.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So the Hakim knew blood sorcery.
Well, yeah, he's a Banu Hakim. Where do you think the rest of them learned it from?
I don't know. I didn't know the Banu Hakim. I didn't know what that was. But okay,
Oh.
so another possible avenue, maybe if we need like links to John Sexton, if there's not a sample of his blood. Has John Sexton never gone to Luke's gym or his dojo?
Yes, he was there with me. I
He was
mentioned
there
it a
with
while
you?
back.
Okay, did he bleed onto the sand?
I don't remember if he actually ever fought. He just watched me get my ass beat. Hey, Alicia, do you know if he ever fought in the gym?
Well, someone teaching swordsmanship or even just a good person to spar against, it would be difficult for John to resist.
Okay. Well, if he did go into the dojo at some point, Luke might have one of his flowers.
And that might be a link.
Flower.
John's flowers.
I had it in the report. Why not? I put it in the Colin. I put it in the report.
Colin remembers. It takes him a second because he's translating it backwards from Darlene speak. When
Oh,
The flowers that Luke grows from.
flowers that grow
Oh,
after blood goes.
so right.
I
About
think that's
that,
the secret thing.
I haven't had time to correct that particular misunderstanding. Luke doesn't grow flowers.
Oh.
Sifra does.
That's
Oh.
a Seafra thing. He looks
Okay.
at. He looks
Maybe
over it.
Sifra has a flower.
I'm still. Colin shoots her a look like, "Hey, can I talk about the thing yet that happened months ago, or do you still not want me to talk about that?" Because he's been a good boy. He knows what side his bread is buttered on, and he has not mentioned to anyone that Seifer does flower magic. Remember back in the sewers when he did his thing in front of Sharky, Cal, and Finn.
Yes, I remember.
He shoots her the look like, "Hey, am I still not talking about this? Because I didn't correct her."
Well, you see, sometimes magic goes a little bit differently than you would expect in Philadelphia. And it turns out that when you are practicing a very specific sort of blood ritual, well, sometimes you end up growing flowers that are a little bit masquerade breaking.
Okay, but there's a John flower though, right?
I don't. Well, Seifer makes them because of what she is. She is a fae.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just spitballing on ways to
But
maybe.
there might be some of John's blood in the sand, so that's not necessarily.
Yeah.
The options are the ghouls, as well as if we can parse out which blood is John's in the sand compared to anyone else's, including mine, because I got the shit rocked out of me.
Well, no offense, but blood that's been rotten is a little bit different
Yeah, fair.
from the
So
blood of kings and gods. Special guest?
Did we get a special guest? Ooh.
is he
One
muted?
moment.
There he is.
Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be?
A shepherd.
The last person you want to see.
Oh boy.
I don't know. There's somebody who's the last person he wants to see. There is another person like a few bits down the ring he really doesn't want to see, but still not gonna be thrilled. Because he's everywhere, Touch of Goblin, because he obfuscate. I really would have liked if I got a heightened senses check. But
Heightened senses would not
probably
help.
too good.
You would need sense the unseen.
I misspoke. I meant sense the unseen. If I had that.
Well, we're gonna leave that up to your storyteller.
Well, he would be just kind of walking in the door now. So if you would like to do that check, it will be at a 3 difficulty.
Wow, that's not as bad as I thought it'd be, honestly.
Due to the fact that everybody is just kind of excited.
Yep, sure.
And
Colin's got
you
to keep
still
track.
have Charles's serial killer giggle in your noodle.
And he loves it. He loves it. Good for him. Honestly, good for him. It's like the little gift
Oh.
with the woman holding the teacup.
Technically,
Here we
it's an
go.
opposed roll.
Oh, it's an Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the person they sent to keep a watch on everyone. It might be good at obfuscate.
Good.
So we're gonna see.
Good. Roll, folks. Roll that beautiful bean footage and tell me what the heck you get.
What are we
If you're-
rolling? I'm not sure.
Sense
Bradley
the
knows about it.
unseen.
Oh.
I have Sense the Unseen. I like to flex that I am a Auspex person. So I am going to drink, go down to 1. And now we're going to throw Resolve Auspex. It is free. However, I do want to surge. Because if you're going to do a job, do it well. And I love Investigate. Let's roll some beautiful bean footage.
Beautiful bean footage.
Damn, he goes up to 2 again. It's a good thing I drank.
Beautiful bean footage. For this roll, it's 1. Because that was a blood surge, right?
That was a surge specifically.
Yes.
The normal thing is free.
Okay,
So I was
so
adding 2 dice.
you are resolve in aspects, is it, right?
Yes.
So
Plus
add the
2.
2 dice, but your hunger is still 1. Because that extra hunger does not get added on until after the roll.
5, 4, 2, 11, and then hunger 1. Willpower. I can do better than that. Plus nothing in the hunger. 1 minute. All right. How good are you?
That is enough to succeed.
Oh God, I love being competent.
Because meets it. Beats
Holy
it.
shit. So everybody, I got 7. He's not bad at aspects. Colin orients and snaps over to Charles and Darlene. Company. And sends over whatever he sees. I don't know if with Sensing Unseen you see the same person as normal, or if you would see like a black silhouette. How do you play? You
So
ping somebody
you
on this server.
remember the second Hunger Games movie when they talk about how you can sort of see the force field?
I have never seen
Where
any
it's
of the
just
Hunger
like
Games
a
movies.
little ripple almost in the air?
No, but I'm thinking of the Predators from
Yes.
That was what I was thinking
Precisely.
of. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yep. So the cloaking of Predator of Yautja.
Uh-huh.
So I immediately orient say across to Charles and Darlene Company, and I step in front of Miss Sexton. We have company, he says aloud.
All right. Yeah. So at the speed of thought, as you start stepping forward, he goes, do we want to play this subtly, or do we just want to immediately play our hand that we know they're here?
Somebody's obfuscating and walking in. I do not assume good intentions. They have not been invited into my understanding. I'm stepping in front of the queen, in front of the prince.
Aye. All right. As Colin steps forward, Charles steps back, but he orients himself to be facing the door and allows Colin, as their master of defense, to take the lead.
Says to Charles or Darlene, one of you sends to both, somebody get Vidal.
Charles
Is
gestures to
Vidal
Darlene.
like within reach?
Yeah,
or
he's in the
Colin?
kitchen.
He's at least like a
Charles-
doorway away.
Charles makes his way towards the kitchen and looks at Darlene and sort of gives that look that says, I'll handle it if necessary.
Then she'll assume that Charles is going to notify Vidal.
Mhm.
And what she'll do is she's going to reach into her alchemy pack to start prepping.
Wonk wonk.
Quack, quack.
So
So-
Charles is essentially going to ask Vidal to come into the living room.
Charles is going to poke his head into the kitchen and say, another guest just arrived when we didn't invite. If you would like to make introductions, I think I would give you the opportunity.
Yep. He'll walk out into the dining room or into
polite-
the parlor.
The polite way to say someone just
Ultimate
entered
jerk.
our haven without permission. But Charles is not going to ask him to intervene. Charles is presenting him the opportunity to meet their guest if they are revealed. And if something happens, well, Vidal is Vidal.
How with it is Alicia at this moment?
The worst she looks is tired.
I'll take it. Not like she doesn't look starved, and she looks tired but not drained, is what I'm getting from you.
Yeah, the worst she looks is tired.
You get I'll give one hit. I'll take one hit, and then I'm probably on the floor or running. But good luck, lady. Do your job to the fullest extent.
So, do you think he realizes that he's been made special guest?
Oh, absolutely. He does, and you will see suddenly popping into existence a very well-dressed, well-kept Middle Eastern man who just holds his hands up to show that he is unarmed, opens his jacket to show that he is likewise unarmed.
When he shows his appearance, Darlene will like ping to Colin, auditor. We're the auditor.
It's the guy from the gym. I don't know if he got a physical description, but he's got a boss. So he got that. Mr. Abbas?
Oh,
So my reputation precedes me. Good. This will make what comes next easier. He will offer a deep bow in Alicia's direction.
Shall I take it you heard the rumors then?
There is nothing that escapes the ears of the mountain.
Right. Shall we have a discussion over tea, or did you have something in specific you needed?
Well, your late husband and his guardians. I should like to meet the rest of yours if you're going to take his place.
Darlene pinging to Colin. Oh, he didn't hear that part.
Yeah, that's a big assumption.
To ping.
There
He
are-
heard everything. All right.
Colin pings over to Charles. Whatever Darlene shares to him for now, he's sharing to Charles. And he starts doing the relay thing.
There are those who have identified themselves as members of the Queensguard, as your husband's coterie has identified themselves as the Kingsguard. I merely made an educated assumption.
At the speed of thought, Colin said, I did that as a mistake in a letter to Cyrene. He says that to two of them. And it was a misunderstanding of etiquette because I thought it was the right thing to do since one said Kingsguard.
Charles sends Speed of Thought back. He's overplaying his hand. Don't you worry.
Is he? How is he overplaying his hand? He at least has access to our mail, or mine and Cyrene's.
Let him keep speaking.
Don't interrupt. Okay. Your ball's in your court, Charles. He lets the politics and etiquette man do it.
And he smooths himself out, takes a seat, crosses his legs knee at ankle.
Lady Alicia, I am to understand that you, at the time of enabling our coterie, granted us, in your generosity and on behalf of the prince, this as our coterie haven, yes?
Yes, that was the deal.
So, forgive me for having to ask this of you, but may I ask you to make introductions from this individual who has entered our domain, has ignored the domain holders, and failed to properly introduce himself or ask for our hospitality in his arrival?
Darlene pinging. Charles, do not be rude. Do not let him be rude. Don't be rude.
Charles,
You get right back. There are laws and there are rules. If he wants to play by them,
it's the
I will
traditions of
not worry.
hospitality and domain. I think I see where you're going with this.
Play nice. For God's sake.
Just
A
be cool.
smile crosses Abbas's face. In order to conduct my work, I have been given special dispensation from the city's leadership.
I see.
Although
And he'll
for
look
Haven,
over it. He'll look over at Alicia as if to say, like, go ahead.
in the future, for Haven visits, I would suggest you come openly.
When the shepherd looked over at Alicia, did he do in character that go ahead as an I give you permission, Prince of the City, to do a thing?
No, not a.
Okay.
This was not a I give you permission. This was a If you would
Let them
kindly
know.
please back me up.
Okay.
Charles smiles brightly and says, well then, allow me as a representative of my coterie to make the introductions. I am Charles Pacifico of the Meals on Wheels coterie, Talon of the Harpy of the proud city of Philadelphia, and honored aid to Alicia and all the titles she may hold. I imagine you've heard us wear a few different hats in our correspondence, and that is because, in service to her, we are ever flexible to whatever title or position she would require of us. Is that
Yes,
not
of
right?
course.
Have we not offered you already our complete and total assistance in whatever capacity you require? We took an oath, after all. Charles is giving Alicia a 10,000 watt smile that just says, trust me, I think we have him.
Well, yes. I tend to wear several hats, so I guess it's really only natural that it would kind of fall onto my coterie a bit.
Yes, I have already met with your Chancellor Harold.
Oh, I am so sorry.
She is a sturdy personality.
She's certainly good at her job.
Exceptionally well.
Right. Introductions. Mr. Fry, who is also a Talon, and if I recall correctly, you have already met Ms. Lewis, also a Talon.
Yes, at Mr. Mallory's Temple of the Blade.
Their Shadow is out on some business, but my understanding was that you also met Ms. She.
And Mr. Everly, yes.
So that you are acquainted. May I introduce my Santiago?
Oh God, she's going again. This is a Sombra.
The Friar, yes. Oh no.
She's still frozen for me.
Yep.
And we're back.
I hear her now.
Hey.
And I would also like to take this moment to introduce my sire, Senor Santiago.
Ah, yes. The Friar.
Shepherd.
Collins lasered onto this. If you want insight on this, do they know each other in person? What is the connotation between this?
Oh, yeah,
long-
absolutely. Insight the heck out of it.
Do you want wits or resolve?
I want wits.
Yoink! Yoinky splinky.
And Shepard, if you are masking, you should feel free to roll that beautiful bean footage as well.
Ba, 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 ba.
Anybody who wants to insight this as well.
Willpower.
Okie dokie, artichokey.
Give me 1 second whilst I roll that out.
Also, I am sorry if you can hear my stim toy.
It's fine. I'm sorry if you can hear my scrim.
Well,
Do. Sorry, I'm looking for the stupid thingy. There it is. I think it. That's not the one. There it is. I win. So it can be said that your coterie mate, Mr. Pacifico, is a hard man to read. Even Charlie P doesn't hold a candle to this man that Vidal called the Shepherd.
Okay.
Vidal, however, is not masking. In spite of his face being beneath a mask, what is there, both in tone and in appearance, is disgust. And
Interesting.
revulsion.
That's fascinating. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting anger, not disgust and revulsion. That represents something else. Colin's going to squirrel that one away in his investigator boxes.
This is also really bad. This is really bad. This is a powder keg in
It was
this
really
room.
bad. Yeah, yeah.
Sends it over to
Charles-
Charles and Darlene.
Charles
Oh, he
sends,
tells Charles and Darlene that?
yeah, Charles
Via
shoots
the mind
message.
link.
Yeah, Charles
Oh.
shoots the message through the mind link, telling Colin to connect to Darlene and says, Darlene, can you get Beetle out of this room? We need Alicia to not have to manage 2 political incidents at once. Colin, can you bring Alicia into the mind link? I think right now she's going to need some speed of thought.
Colin takes another hit off the last of 3 STs of
Gotcha.
his soup. He goes from 2 to 1. And then here's that bean footage. Does she resist?
I mean,
Charles. So what Charles is going to do, this is why it's the speed of thought setup, is Charles is going to look to Alicia and just say, I'm so very sorry that you did not expect to have your meeting here. Know that we just want to make sure you knew that our thoughts were entirely in line with yours in making sure that this matter is resolved swiftly. And Charles, using the power speed of thought, combines the word thought with the moment Colin does the door knock.
Knock, knock. And here we
And
go.
he hopes Alicia, he knows Alicia's a really smart cookie. If
Let's see
anyone's going to pick up on her,
happens.
it's going to be her.
And Darlene will go
God,
to
I'm glad.
and say, Mr. Santiago, could you come with me to maybe check and see how our sheriff is doing with her injuries?
I should take my leave, Miss Lewis.
Oh, you're going so soon. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you.
The
It was
pleasure
good to
is
see you
mine.
in person, sir. Thank you. And he's still looking at what's his name, but he's angled his body so he's got both the prince, I gotta get used to that, as well as the shepherd in eyesight, and he shoots a look over to her eyes. We get eye contact. Yoink, knock, knock, result plus all specs. Here we go. And I've already roused. Bean footage.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Oh, hell no. Yep, there we go. 5.
Okay, so Alicia is looped in and confused as shit.
Charles, you're up.
Yeah, Charles. Alicia, for the first time, gets to experience the touch of Charles's words through speed of thought through Colin, which is, welcome to the Meals on Wheels Secret Communication Network. We are a bread. I'll skip the sarcasm. We're here to help you in whatever way you can. If there's anything you need, we can put all our minds together at the speed of thought. Right now, it's all of us against this auditor. If there's anything you need, any support, think it, and we'll do our best to intercept. We are moving as a single unit. We are going to get you out of this as quickly and as politically expediently as we can.
Right. Well, Daddy doesn't like him very much. So I reckon
sensed a
we
lot
ought to
of
pick his
disgust.
thoughts later.
Okay, we'll deal with that. What specific authorities was he granted when he came here? Any specific details matter. I'm trying to think of any angle of attack we can take that will help us get out of this.
Well, there would be certain certain aspects of things like being a little more free with being able to do whatever he can do in service to his position.
Are we
And what
trying
are
to
the
facilitate that, or like
What
how
are
to-
the specifics of his position? I'm trying to see if there's any angle we can take
Even
where he's
his title.
overstepped the bounds of his influence. Exactly.
Oh, why?
Because he is here to put pressure on you, and any pressure we can put back to get him to back off while you're still assembling your power base is going to be important. He's here looking for a weak point. He's here looking to undermine you before you can get your power base under you. He's here digging for information. If we can push him
Maybe.
back, and more importantly, he's Cam, if we can show him that you can summon the political will to push him back, it's going to go a long way in keeping this practice smooth.
Right. I got you. And then outside the freaking nugget
Yeah.
time, Alicia's
Yeah.
just going
Nugget
to look at
time.
boss. In the future, you will refrain from going into private havens unless you are announced.
I wish to apologize for that lapse in judgment. I was not aware this was a private haven. I assumed that this was merely a coterie haven.
It is the domain of Sifra She, who also owns the business beneath.
In the future, I will be more diligent.
Well, since you're here, I suppose it's only right I make the announcement. Now, did you want to have a conversation over tea? Or did you want to do this quick and dirty so you have something to report?
It is not yet the time for reports. I am simply gathering information, learning about this city and its many unique eccentricities.
Colin says, if I can't read him, I can't trust him. I don't know whether or not he's telling the truth or not. To all three.
Mhm.
Right. Now, Mr. Abbas,
Please, no need for the mister.
I think that you are very well aware of the sort of touchy situation we are currently in.
Which makes my job all the more difficult. So I am not rushing to any kind of judgments.
So you would be aware that I would need to discuss with those who work closest with me certain logistical aspects.
Of course.
Because surely you expect that I will be claiming the city's praxis.
If your husband is the man I believe him to be, he would have surely made plans for such an eventuality.
He did, and you're looking at him.
Charles, to the mind blink, is the digging okay, Charles? That sounded like he was probing.
Charles would like to make a etiquette with his Camarilla specialty roll. He's trying to see if he can back Alicia up here. If he can potentially this man is what Charles is seeing here is a man who is very politically savvy, but he's using fallacies because he thinks he can punch down on someone who doesn't know the rules as well as he does. Charles is seeing this, and at speed of thought, he'd like to try and see if he can help put words into Alicia's mouth that are going to catch him off guard.
I will
Do
throw
it.
you an assist.
Do it.
1 dice for etiquette, if you so desire, or politics, if that's required.
Roll
got
that
both.
I
beautiful
can
bean
help with
footage.
an assist. I will too.
Hell yeah! All right, this is the Meals on Wheels mental.
Are you
coterie. This
are
is what
you
we do best.
trying to give charisma, or are you trying to help her manipulate the situation in her favor?
This is Camarilla politics. When has anyone ever rolled charisma?
Very well. Manipulation and etiquette, broski.
This is a Nos
Spirit
prince
bomb. The
trying to
Meals on Wheels
this is
spirit bomb.
this is the Nos coterie trying to this is us trying to get a Nos to prince. We are absolutely playing this as okay, let's see. So we're gonna make that
Do you want to surge,
manipulation,
Charles?
etiquette, specialty to assist die. So that is gonna be 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is
Charles,
there anything
surge.
with a 11 with a blood surge. So let's make that
Hey, good lad.
Give me a rouse, home slice.
You know it. Blood surge 1 and notes. Man plus et plus specialty plus 2 assist. Spirit bomb plus blood surge. Come on. Oh, you know we're gonna burn willpower for that. We're gonna call that 6 successes.
Push, 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 push. Go, 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 go.
Okay, so we got 6 successes.
Come on, come on, come on.
Yes. Oh,
A boss. Are
Yes.
are you strictly playing by Camarilla rules, or are you aware that you knowingly pushed a boundary with your surprise entrance?
While a boss is feigning ignorance, it's clear he's testing.
And Charles would like to put words in Alicia's head to help her manipulate the situation.
Yeah.
That
Charles
is
is a
accurate.
rabid. Charles is a rabid, biting dog who is restrained by a muzzle he put on himself. But it's even better when he doesn't have to be the ones it's coming out of, because Charles is a small yapping dog with no real authority. But Charles has in his head, in the showers, thought through, oh, if I had political power,
If
this
I
is
were
what
the
I
prince.
would say. And in this one beautiful moment of a day he's already had catharsis, living vicariously, he can put words into what is going to become the rightful prince's mouth and have her say to authority exactly what he wants to say to them if he just had the authority to call them out on all the little ways they violate their own rules. You see, with the Signor, he was okay if the master violated their own rules. Whatever. It was to Charles's benefit. In this moment, though, you don't play games by rules that you get to wield on everyone else if you're not ready for them to call you on that push. Because the thing is, when you push the rules to see when they'll bite back, you just reel them in a little further, make them think their push is a little too successful. And then once they step over that line, they think they pushed too far. You show them that the bear trap actually already stretched the length of their entire leg as it snaps down upon their knee, and Charles gets to hear them howl. And he's going to start feeding Alicia all the lines she needs to call him out on his innocent blunder. Because, of course, as an auditor of the Camarilla and someone granted special privileges, someone who the court has already trusted to be able to violate domain on their word, because it would reflect on the prince and the Camarilla if he did anything, for him to violate Haven, the second tradition, the most foundational rule of kindred society, that the fifth tradition, the hospitality, in one's own haven, the second tradition, domain. He is specially elected from the Camarilla. He has been given all these rights and privileges. That's a matter of concern. Should they do more so he knows who everyone's private domain is? Does he need help identifying what spaces are kindred spaces? This really sounds like
identifying
things.
kindred spaces? Damn.
Does he need a coterie assigned to him to make sure that he does not embarrass the court?
And the words out of Alicia's mouth regarding this are going to be
an educated
none,
version of Charles's anger.
None may challenge thy word while in thy domain. And without acceptance in that domain, without that word, thou art nothing. A fact that, forgive me, you should be more aware of than me. Perhaps I can assign a coterie to assist. I would hate to have your reputation sullied by this sort of blunder.
The smile on Abbas's face does not fade. I see you know your traditions well. Again, I ask for forgiveness from the city's sovereign. I was
You may
unaware
you
that
may
this was
have
a
my forgiveness, Abbas, but it was not my domain you sullied. Now was it?
this is true. Since this is a common meeting place for these individuals, for this coterie, I made an assumption incorrectly. I will offer recompense to Miss Shi, and I will make sure that your Chancellor Herald marks my boons correctly.
Colin says to Charles, shouldn't he be telling a Talon that instead of the Chancellor? Or is that
Yeah,
some-
Charles is playing the odds in his head of where they want to push. Charles respectfully says, since Alicia says, may I say a word? He doesn't want to interrupt her plans. I'm not going to push any further.
And Alicia would really quickly go into some of the rules of certain parts of the Prustation system, because Alicia was herself a Talon in a Camarilla court.
Absolutely.
cool?
Charles.
And those rules would be, sometimes things get a little iffy when it's the Talon owed boons.
Yep.
And in this
Charles-
case, it's all three of the Talons.
Yep. Charles smiles, steps forward, and says, Preston, we, of course, as any good and proper Camarilla city, recognize your offer and, of course, accept it wholeheartedly.
Good.
And if
And
you do,
for full transparency sake, and his eyes lock on Charles.
Charles meets his gaze exactly where he is. Would you like me to roll subterfuge? Is this guy trying to read Charles? I think it's fair to give him a chance. No, he doesn't even.
Nope. This is a sign of respect, not a sign, not a play.
Absolutely.
Interesting.
Charles matches his gaze.
When you do speak to Chancellor Herald, if she does not have a minor boon for each of you in my name, I will correct that mistake.
Very good. Thank you. And he bows respectfully, as one should when they are offered a generous deal. For Charles knows his place.
And for you, O Prince, I offer you a major.
I have not claimed the title yet, boss.
Well,
There are logistics that need to be seen to first.
it is always good to be ahead of the curve. But the hour does grow late. I had hoped to simply observe and not necessarily interact. But it would appear that your Mr. Fry has a far keener eye and a very keen mind.
When he said "and a very keen mind," does Colin suspect he knows? He can't read him. Yeah. Okay, fair
Yeah.
enough. Collins just watched him. Can't read him. Still trying though.
Well, of course. This is my coterie. My
Mentally, he
husband
says,
picked
"Thank
his
you,
own
Alicia."
coterie based on merits. He and I just have slightly different assessments on which merits are required.
Perhaps from one peer to another, one must be exceptionally careful of the rabid dogs one keeps in their company, for they so often forget the hand that feeds them.
Charles, thoughts?
Charles just sends back. Wise advice is often personal traumas wrapped up in a bow and presented as wisdom. Alicia would be wise to remember that, as a lot of people are going to be presenting their traumas to her as advice.
Interesting take. I thought he was just threatening us. Fair enough.
Well, it is, but
We
one
are
must
pretty
always-
smart for rabid dogs, apparently.
I mean,
We did jump on him like a dog in heat to get those booze and like push him off her. We are the
Charles
most
smiles.
violent chihuahuas.
Charles smiles to a boss. Yeah, we're all different breeds of shaking chihuahua. That's true. We're all purse dogs. Charles adjusts his scarf and smiles as best he can. I thank you for your patronage. And, of course, feel free anytime to let us know and stop by our haven. We would be honored to welcome you as a guest anytime we get the opportunity to.
if any of you would wish to schedule a one-on-one interview, Miss Lewis has my contact information. And
Well-
he'll rise to his feet.
Do keep an eye out for the social card after the announcement is made.
I shall. And he offers a deep bow to Alicia, a slighter bow to Darlene, and then a small head nod to both Colin and Charles. But as I had said, the hour is late. I should make my leave, lest I outstay my gracious welcome. And before I forget, Prince Sexton, do tell your father that we must sit down for tea one day. I missed him in Catalonia.
Catalonia. Colin files Catalonia away somewhere in his head. Somewhere in Spain, which makes sense.
Ah, Catalonia. It is an island in Greece.
Capolonia, island in Greece. Okay.
Catalonia.
Would you be willing to spell that in the private chat for books aid?
Give me 1 sec.
Sure. Thank you. So he recognizes him, and it sounds like they fought just from the vibes, but let us see. Meanwhile, I'm thinking, all right, Columbo, in my head as he does the and one more thing. But Colin's also all about that life too. Kept up. Okay, cool.
Now, I think you would know better than most folks. I can't make my daddy do a damn thing. But I will pass along your regards.
And he nods before turning and vanishing and walking from the haven.
Guess it's easier when you're leaving, huh? He sends over the mind link.
Yeah. Charles confidently waits a few minutes because he knows this. He would trust the shepherd to be smart enough to know to not stick around in case he were caught again. He's definitely learned his lesson. And if he hasn't, well, honestly, Charles respects the balls that would take. But after a minute, he exhales, and through verbals, because thinking in his own mind gets him too stuck in his own heads, he says, I do hope we were able to resolve that to your preference. Alicia?
Well, he sure ain't gonna push much farther on those two beds, is he?
No, I do apologize for putting such, well, you spoke them more eloquently than I feel I would have, but thank you for listening to my advice, and I do hope it proved fruitful.
Walks in, owes 4 boons, doesn't elaborate, leaves.
Charles?
I never had a boon before.
Yes, you have, Darlene.
We did? What?
I mean, the coterie does.
Oh, okay.
This is a personal boon owed to us, though.
Do y'all do that all the time?
When we go on missions.
The mind link, passing words back and forth, making sure that we are all on the complete mental same level and that every word is a rehearsed, carefully choreographed dance to squeeze blood from a stone. Only on occasion.
Love you too, Charles. You remember when I was asking about Sandy, ma'am? And Cyrene? And Darling?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Shortly after I tried this for the first time is when that happened. So that's about the ballpark of timeline for you, ma'am.
Colin's a total genius.
Says the polymath.
She usually only appears to the oracle types.
Yeah, apparently that's...
Are you...
I don't know. I think they're mistaken, ma'am, but apparently maybe not. His voice pitches up a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like a little bit irritation of his understanding of the cult. Colin doesn't like to be wrong, but he is apparently in his understanding. And he's like,
Colin's being modest. Like, he's got it. I asked him what color I was thinking, and he knew it immediately. Like,
that, Darlene, it's always pink. I'm not even looking. It's pink.
I wasn't even thinking. I wasn't even thinking of one just then.
I know, Darlene. I know.
Okay.
Yes,
Right.
we do that all the time. That is our specialty. We deliver food, but we have found that as you have sent us on a number of politically savvy missions, when we have proper time to prepare, we can harness our groupthink, thanks to Mr. Fry's exceptional capability with the power of Auspex, in order to make sure that we are, well, able to punch up against foes that might not expect all of us to share each other's talents.
An ancillary, a primogen, and a devious but charming individual, and a baron are all people that we have personal history with, are all people we've seen along with an audience with the former prince and current prince. We are doing a lot of politicking and a lot of dealing and wheeling, as one would say. It seems advantageous to move at the speed of thought when we are facing people who probably can move literally at the speed of thought, including that guy.
Definitely could have taken my head off.
Oh, yeah. No, I fully anticipate there are many people who are fast. And if we can plan, maybe we can start to be in the right positions, even if we can't move once the things are happening.
Which primogen was y'all tackling with?
Wendy?
Oh, Darlene ain't like that. Well, I mean, she is like that.
Everyone's a threat, ma'am.
I think LaRonda's a sweetheart too. Wendy is...
Okay, love that second. But okay.
Moving at the speed of thought, right? She is one of those types.
Toreador. Also,
regardless,
plenty of people get food from multiple sources in the city, I've found out.
We are doing our best to make sure that we are able to service your requests of us. If you have, we've never before, of course, had to use our strategy against you. If that was even a concern in your mind, we save those tactics for when we need to be completely on the same page, as we've previously specified. And in the future, of course, if you ever require our services, Mr. Fry would be happy to hook you up to the Meals on Wheels network, and we'd be happy to provide additional aid at the speed of thought.
You all ain't done that to Cipher, right?
I've never
Mr.
linked
Fry,
to her. Rowan advised me not to. I linked to Rowan instead. Why, ma'am?
we were specifically advised not to. I imagine you have an explanation.
Right. So what we are now is different from what we were,
Well,
right?
if I get a little bit hungrier, I could very much agree with you too, ma'am.
But when we all started, we was all pretty close to what we were, right?
Colin looks up in his one occult, looks at the roof of his head with his eyeballs and goes, it would be alien, I'm guessing, because she was never human. She was a fae to start with. Is that the line I'm picking up? Okay. I mean, is it going to damage me or is it just going to be disorienting?
To be honest with you, I don't know.
Ma'am, I had something that happened to you dropped into my head. I've also had things dropped in my head that I didn't necessarily want. And I've experienced things I haven't exactly wanted. I could probably tank it. But I appreciate the concern.
I mean, danger's as danger does, but like so much else. Well, I don't know what would happen, and discretion's the better part of valor.
Strong agreement, ma'am. Unless I really have to, I'll choose not to.
Much like consuming drinking from Seafer would probably not be the most wise decision you have ever
Looks
made
and
in your
points
life.
over
That's a great
at Dougie.
You do realize that their blood is basically drugs, right?
Well, I know now, but it was actually a really great experience.
I've been sending you reports for months, man. I've been giving verbal reports to the rodents. You have to know that I've told you that happened with her.
I thought you were kidding.
Oh, no, I tell you everything, ma'am. I write those reports just as it happens. I don't think about
Honestly,
it. I just tell the truth.
Half the things that happen to the Meals on Wheels coterie, I can imagine you would think would be exaggerations of the truth. I'm not going to lie. We have been through quite a bit in our short time as a coterie.
Very fair. We might be insane. That is true. Our perceptions could be flawed.
But yes,
that's for you to judge.
Either way, I suppose, due to Mr. Fry speaking, we should decide whether or not this is an official title that we should take. We have an opportunity because we fended him off, but the title Queensguard has now been introduced to a Camarilla auditor. You can treat this as a temporary political title that you bestowed upon us until such a time as your ascension, at which point it became defunct, which would mean you would not have to grant us any additional responsibility that came with it, or it could be a way to keep us closer to you as we navigate praxis, if that is the direction you want to take.
That makes a good deal of sense, Charles.
Also, your rats might be compromised considering I sent that in a letter to Cyrene. Unless he was over my shoulder when I wrote it, or she had it over her shoulder, that was in a letter, and it was kind of a joke and also an accident because I didn't understand the etiquette. She called herself a Kingsguard. I called myself a Queensguard. So he sees the mail. FYI.
Or just has his ear to the ground. I imagine that jokes have been made. I mean, y'all did do a negotiation with the Kingsguard, right?
We didn't call ourselves Queensguard, though. And I
But-
think it'd be weird if they did.
But they do
They
call
keep-
themselves the Queensguard, and y'all work for me, so jokes were probably made.
that is
Maybe.
actually
Yeah,
something
probably.
that is actually something we might want to test going forward. We might want to see if the rat network is potentially compromised with a leak. We could try sending some correspondence through and see if any dummy information appears in their speculative vocabulary. It's either way a
Interesting.
test we can make as practice goes on. For now, we should assume the rat network is secure, because if we begin doubting our primary line of communication, everything falls apart. We have to assume that secure lines are secure, which may spit in the face. I may have an IT specialist somewhere screaming at me that that's wrong, but in this case, starting to doubt the only way remaining we have to communicate with each other is a death sentence for this praxis, especially
Aside from in
considering this is
person,
all
but
tied
yes.
to. Exactly. Well, especially considering the rat network is Alicia's pride and joy, it would be a bad time to introduce any doubts about the system.
We did something like this down in Florida.
Did you? What'd you do?
Well, we couldn't figure out where a leak was, so the idea we came up with is to just kind of spread mostly innocuous rumors to see
Who
where
repeats
the
what?
rumors popped up.
St. Petersburg keeps coming up. Interesting. Fair enough.
I
Worth a
will
shot.
do my work. I'll do my work to draft up some spicy but non-harmful to praxis rumors that we might be able to circulate and see what comes back around. I would be
Well,
more
one
than
of the
happy to
one of the
task.
ones I used in Florida was that I can't read, which is only mostly true.
Yeah, I thought you were dyslexic, ma'am.
Yes, but I can read.
I'm not a medical expert. He looks over at Charles. What is the difference?
Yeah, like Darlene like pings Colin will go just like, what does dyslexic mean?
God damn it.
Charles
Right.
Charles puts both of his hands on his temple as the mental strain of being in this this loop for a moment gets to him as he goes. It is a very, very common condition, and one that I absolutely understand where you're coming from, in that he turns to Darlene and goes, it's a very common condition that, for lack of a more complicated and in-depth guide, which I could give you, just, it causes a difficulty with reading written words written normally in most common typefaces. There's actually specific typefaces that are much easier to read. It's really actually more of an issue of people failing to adopt proper methods to accommodate for people with
Oh.
dyslexia than it inherently is dyslexia being an inability to read. Honestly, there are so many resources we have. I'm getting off myself.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
I thought it just meant you can't read.
no, I will add that to a list, and I will, of course, push everything by you before I move to send out anything. Regardless, when are we thinking about announcing praxis? You should probably consider moving swiftly, but how fast are we going to need to be hitting the ground running?
Within 48 to 72 hours.
Two
All
to 4
right.
days. All right.
If we have announcement cards, we can start packaging them with the Meals on Wheels deliveries. We can get that information out to people who might not otherwise be getting regular mail, because everyone's at least getting regular food.
We can get that set up.
It makes sense.
Secondly, we'll see what we can do with getting in talks with the Toreador, even if it's just sending them a letter and making sure that they will throw their proper support behind you. Whatever deal you had with Merrick, I trust that you can arrange that with them to make sure that he is going to be making sure no trouble comes from his side of the wall.
The Ancilla mentioned a Baron who was into ballet and not into the Ancilla. Is she going to be a problem?
I don't think so. Most Baron Kim's people went underground some time ago.
And this is actually a very important question. What is going to be your formal statement on the Kingsguard? since theoretically, if you're posing that John is dead, you're either going to have to establish a new title for them, or you're going to have to make some public show of welcoming them and having them swear fealty to you, just to make sure that that doesn't become a rumor in your side.
I'll discuss it with him.
Very good. That's just an angle that you might want to make sure you run off before anyone starts any rumors about it.
I wouldn't
Just having
even
a call
just. I wouldn't have even thought of that.
Oops, I'm good at
Politics.
this.
Charles is so smart.
Either way, I will keep writing up my things. You may want to take a few hours to rest before you're more than welcome. Of course, this isn't even our haven, but we'll
Welcome to
do
waking
our
up and immediately being faced with all of this, man.
Yes. You might want to consider getting day sleep, resting yourself, spending a bit of time to take some blood, heal some of those wounds. Tomorrow night, you can start the praxis running. Just send some letters out tonight and call it a night. There would be my recommendation. But I'm not your
Right.
doctor.
I'll
Darling,
head to Elysium.
do you want an escort?
Don't think I need one. But I'll make sure my daddy comes with me at least for a bit.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that.
Is it okay if I contact the Ancilla just like as a group with some of the things about John and
I would prefer to talk to him first. So give me a couple of days.
so we all got a minor boon, right?
From a boss, the three of us, and
3
her a
minors
major.
and a major.
Well, no, you got a major, but like,
Yeah.
How does that work? Do we just like?
It's written down. Charles has told us a little bit about majors. I was more focused on the physical at the moment, but
Do I
Charles
just
likes majors.
like? Do I just ask him what I want and tell Miss Dillard it's done?
Don't do it yet,
Yes.
if you can, please,
What?
darling.
So how? Let me go over. I suppose this is your first time holding it rather than sorting it for other people. A boon is, consider it a physical piece of currency, good for the bank of that kindred. As long as you hold it, you have a vested interest in their continued existence. That's normally only a thing if they're weaker or appear to you and that you can do something to influence their survival. But in general, it means that they understand that you can call in a favor from them. A minor boon entitles you to a night of non-dangerous service, effectively. A minor political show of effort, dispatching a task that would be able to be done in a single nighttime and might incur some small trouble, but no expected mortal danger. But what it mostly means is that because you can call that boon in at any time, so long as you have that boon, they are slightly less inclined to politically push against you. So long as you have that boon, while it won't prevent them from playing politics with you, they are going to understand that because you can call it in at any moment, they would be best to not inconvenience you too much, lest you choose the most inconvenient time possible to call in that boon, as a boon demands immediate repayment. He can't say, I'll get to it tomorrow night. You call in the boon, he has to do it, lest he
There's value in it as deterrence. Like a
I'm gonna talk to him.
Yes, I would recommend that. If you want to cash in your boon, make sure you spend it very, very well. Otherwise, though, I trust your judgment.
Okay.
It's yours to spend as you wish. It's your boon, not mine.
Okay, yeah. I wanna talk to him. I just want to ask to like hang out, I guess. Because my
Please don't
image
spend the
is
boon on
not
that.
like the kind to hold leverage over it, and maybe I can learn
Please
some
don't.
things about him.
Please don't spend. Okay. Be cautious with the boon.
That's
I'll tell you about everything.
Maybe not everything.
I'll tell y'all everything you want to know. But like,
tell us, not him. Yeah.
yeah, no, I'm not gonna. Yes, you. I'll tell like everything. But like, it's kind of my image that I don't
Charles is a
hold a
specialist.
lot
You
of
got to
weight
look
over
after yourself.
people, which is how I can
Get to people.
navigate
I
around
know.
people.
Yeah.
well,
You are the helpful
Yeah.
one.
yes.
I'm non-threatening.
I suppose that is valid. And I
People are
suppose it
insane.
would not help you out to purchase that boon off of you. So I think it would be best, yes, if you cash in the boon immediately. Call it a night of, how would I phrase this? Call it a honest conversation for a night. Would be probably a good way to cash that in and be able to get some details. He might honestly be charmed by it.
He might also underestimate you, honestly, and think,
Yeah.
"Oh, you're
That's
stupid."
what I'm
And then
hoping for.
yeah, no, that's
hoping for.
actually really smart.
Your-
Shit.
People like to talk about themselves, even
That
if
is
they're not
very true.
supposed to. They like they like to talk about themselves. It's just
Miss Lewis, that is your specialty. Earnesty is something that I cannot even begin to approach. I know that is where your talents are and my
can.
talents are not.
okay. I've already got like a setup for a meeting with him. I'll ask to just like hang out and gab.
As
Interesting.
for your major boon, Alicia, I know that you will use it in the most politically savvy way that you know how. Congratulations. That is a powerful tool in your praxis and perhaps even moving forward your ventures as a Camarilla prince.
And this seems like a good place to go ahead, since we are a little bit over.
Oh, goodness. I didn't even look at the time.
And end this session of Philadelphia by Night, the Meals on Wheels coterie. Wait, we're the actual Queensguard now?
Whoa.
We
Shit.
might be having a title change.
As always, we're going to do our run through and introduce everybody. So, starting with our players. Charlie P., who is you?
Hello, everyone. I am Spyman X. You can find me on Discord under the same name, on TikTok as a Spyman X. And I play Charles Pacifico, the caitiff who really, really wanted to be born anything but a caitiff. Honestly, not really. But always a pleasure to be here. Thank you for coming to our session.
Popcorn to one of your fellow players, if you please.
Handing it over to Colin.
Hello there. I am the Mind Goblin. Mind Goblin? Haha! I play Colin Fry. I am Book. You can find me on Discord. I am thrilled to be rolling well. I am thrilled to be investigating well and happy to be causing problems. Ligma. And I popcorned it over to Miss Darlene Lewis.
I'm Amanda. I'm Darlene Lewis. I go by Worst Vampire Darlene on just about every social media thing. And thank you so much for watching this session. This has been a ton of fun for me. I hope it was fun for you.
And
I'll pop it over to our storytellers.
my partner in crime and very special guest. Who are you? Where can we find you?
I am Einar. You can find me on most social medias that I want you to find me on at Einar_TTRPG or Where the Skies Are Blue at instarsorbit.bsky.social. We also have our Philadelphia by Night ticker at the bottom. Tonight I played Abbas, the shepherd from the Banu Hakim. And lastly, but not leastly, our wonderful storyteller.
As always, I am the primary storyteller for the Meals on Wheels. I go by G'day FX with or without the underscore, depending on where you want to find me. On TikTok, it is with the underscore. On the Tube of You, it is without. It is likewise without Where the Skies Are Blue. Though I do not do a whole lot of TTRPG content on Blue Sky, because I am also a writer. I'm working on a novel about zombies, so that's mostly what you'll see on there. As always, to our players, to our audience, to everyone watching us play this game, just because we play monsters on TV, or rather on stream, does not mean that we cannot be the light in someone else's world.